Welcome, weary traveler, to a sanctuary where magic breathes through every shadow and wonder dwells in forms both mighty and gentle. Tonight, we embark upon a peaceful journey through the extraordinary menagerie of creatures that populate the wizarding world, from the most luminous guardians of light to the humblest spirits that dwell in quiet corners. As you settle into comfort, let these tales of magical beings carry you into restful slumber, each creature a guardian watching over your dreams. Close your eyes and drift into this enchanted realm where every heartbeat pulses with ancient magic and timeless wonder. In the highest towers of magical understanding, where light itself takes living form and hope burns eternal against the encroaching darkness, there dwell creatures whose very existence speaks to the most profound mysteries of life, death, and rebirth. These are the guardians of light, beings whose essence radiates purity so complete that their presence can heal wounds both physical and spiritual, whose sacrifice echoes through generations, and whose magic forms the very foundation of protection against evil itself. The phoenix stands alone among all magical creatures as the ultimate symbol of renewal and resurrection, a being so magnificent that its legend has transcended the boundaries between the magical and non-magical worlds, becoming embedded in the mythology of cultures that have never witnessed its splendor firsthand. These extraordinary birds embody the most fundamental truth of existence, that from ending comes beginning, from destruction emerges creation, and from the ashes of what was lost can rise something more beautiful than ever existed before. Fawkes, perhaps the most renowned phoenix in magical history, served as companion to Albus Dumbledore for decades, their bond representing a partnership between wizard and magical creature that achieved heights of mutual understanding and respect rarely witnessed in any era. The magnificent scarlet and gold bird, with tail feathers that stretched longer than a peacock's plumage and eyes that held the wisdom of countless lifetimes, was more than mere pet or familiar, but a true equal whose presence elevated Dumbledore's own considerable magical abilities to legendary status. The process of phoenix rebirth, witnessed by few and understood by fewer still, represents one of nature's most profound magical phenomena. When the time comes for renewal, a phoenix does not simply age and die as mortal creatures must, but rather builds a nest of aromatic wood and precious spices, then bursts into flames so intense they would melt precious metals. From these sacred flames, which burn with heat that touches the very essence of magical energy itself, emerges not death but transformation so complete that what rises from the ashes is simultaneously the same being and something entirely new. The phoenix song carries power that transcends mere music, reaching into the deepest chambers of the heart to kindle courage where none existed before and to strengthen resolve when all hope seems lost. Those who have heard a phoenix sing in moments of dire peril describe the experience as hearing the voice of magic itself, a sound that reminds the listener of every moment of joy they have ever experienced and every reason they have to continue fighting against overwhelming odds. The song can heal emotional wounds that potions cannot touch, restore faith that logic cannot justify, and inspire acts of heroism in the most unlikely circumstances. The healing properties of phoenix tears represent one of the most potent curative substances known to magical medicine, capable of neutralizing even the most deadly venoms and closing wounds that would otherwise prove fatal. When young Harry Potter lay dying from basilisk venom in the Chamber of Secrets, it was Fawkes whose tears saved his life. The magical properties of those crystalline drops, proving more powerful than the ancient poison that coursed through his veins. Each phoenix tear contains concentrated life force, distilled through centuries of death and rebirth, into a substance that can literally call back souls from the threshold of departure. The phoenix's ability to carry enormous weights, far exceeding what their physical form would suggest possible, stems from magic that operates beyond the conventional laws of physics, drawing upon reserves of strength that increase proportionally to the nobility of their cause. Fawkes demonstrated this miraculous capacity when he carried Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, Ginny Weasley, and Gilderoy Lockhart from the depths of the Chamber of Secrets, ascending through hundreds of feet of narrow passages while bearing a load that would have challenged a dragon. The phoenix draws this strength not from muscle or bone, but from the righteousness of the deed being performed. Phoenix feathers rank among the rarest and most powerful substances used in wand lore, their magical properties so intense and specific that only certain combinations of wizard and circumstances can successfully channel their power. Garrick Ollivander, the master wandmaker whose family had crafted magical implements for centuries, used phoenix feathers as cores in only a select few wands, understanding that these magnificent substances chose their wielders as much as wizards chose their wands. The connection between phoenix feather and wizard creates a bond that can influence the course of magical history itself. The profound connection between Harry Potter and Tom Riddle, mediated through their phoenix feather wands, demonstrates how these magical cores can create links that transcend time, space, and even the boundaries between good and evil. Both wands contained feathers from Fawkes, creating a magical resonance that manifested in the phenomenon known as priori incantatem, where the wands' shared origin forced them to reveal their most recent spells when brought into direct magical conflict. This connection would prove crucial in Harry's survival during their graveyard encounter, as the echo effects allowed him to escape when victory seemed impossible. The loyalty of a phoenix cannot be commanded or purchased, but must be earned through demonstrated virtue and unwavering commitment to principles that align with the bird's inherent nature. Unlike other magical creatures that might be tamed through patience or bribed with favors, phoenixes respond only to authenticity of character and purity of purpose. They sense deception instinctively, can perceive the true motivations that lie beneath surface actions, and will abandon even beloved companions if those individuals stray from the path of righteousness that initially drew the phoenix to them. Fawkes' departure following Dumbledore's death represents one of the most poignant examples of phoenix loyalty and the deep emotional intelligence these creatures possess. Understanding that his purpose as Dumbledore's companion had ended with the headmaster's sacrifice, and recognizing that Hogwarts no longer needed his specific form of protection, Fawkes chose to leave the castle forever. His beautiful song echoed through the grounds one final time before he disappeared into the sky, carrying with him centuries of accumulated wisdom and leaving behind only memories of his magnificent presence. The rarity of phoenixes ensures that most witches and wizards will never encounter one in their lifetime, making Dumbledore's partnership with Fawkes all the more remarkable and significant. These magnificent birds cannot be bred in captivity, purchased from dealers, or summoned through spells, but appear when and where they are needed most, drawn by circumstances that require their unique combination of power, wisdom, and moral clarity. Their appearances often coincide with moments of great historical significance, as if they serve as agents of fate itself, arriving to tip the balance between light and darkness. The symbolism of the phoenix extends throughout magical culture, representing the fundamental belief that no defeat is permanent, no sacrifice meaningless, and no cause truly lost as long as those who champion it maintain faith in its ultimate triumph. The Order of the Phoenix took its name from this magnificent creature precisely because it embodied their core philosophy that even if they were destroyed in their fight against Voldemort, Their ideals would rise from the ashes to inspire new generations of fighters. The phoenix became their emblem of hope incarnate, proof that death itself could be transformed into victory. Among the most profound and personal forms of magic known to wizardkind, the Patronus charm creates manifestations of pure positive emotion that take the forms of creatures significant to the caster's deepest self. These silvery guardians, conjured through memories of profound joy and happiness, serve as more than mere defensive spells, but as externalized representations of the caster's capacity for love, hope, and connection to life's most meaningful experiences. Each Patronus is unique to its caster, reflecting not just their personality, but their soul's truest nature. The variety of creatures that can manifest as Patronuses encompasses the entire spectrum of magical and non-magical beings, from the most common household pets to the rarest magical creatures, each form carrying specific significance for the witch or wizard who conjures it. Harry Potter's stag Patronus, identical to his father's animagus form, demonstrates how these guardians can connect us to loved ones across the boundaries of life and death, serving as bridges between past and present, memory and reality. The appearance of a particular creature as one's Patronus often reveals aspects of character that the caster themselves might not fully understand. Hermione Granger's otter Patronus reflects her playful intelligence and fierce loyalty, creatures known for their cleverness and their dedication to family groups that extends beyond mere survival into genuine affection and care. Ron Weasley's terrier embodies his tenacious spirit and unwavering loyalty, the kind of creature that will fight opponents many times its size if those it loves are threatened. These manifestations reveal character truths that go far deeper than surface personality, touching the very essence of what makes each individual unique. The ability to produce a corporeal Patronus represents a significant magical achievement, requiring not just technical skill but emotional maturity and the capacity to access joy even in the darkest circumstances. Many adult wizards struggle to create more than wisps of silver mist, finding it difficult to summon the necessary positive emotions when faced with true darkness. The spell demands a level of emotional honesty and self-awareness that some individuals never achieve, making those who master it particularly formidable opponents against creatures that feed on despair and negativity. The protective power of Patronuses against Dementors stems from their fundamental nature as manifestations of everything these dark creatures seek to destroy. Where Dementors feed on happiness and hope, leaving their victims empty of all positive emotion, Patronuses represent those feelings in their purest form, concentrated and given shape through magical will. The confrontation between Patronus and Dementor becomes a battle between hope and despair, joy and emptiness, life-affirming connection and soul-crushing isolation. Professor Lupin's instruction in Patronus magic revealed the deeply personal nature of the spell and the necessity of finding memories powerful enough to overcome not just external threats, but internal darkness as well. His teaching methods emphasized that the strength of a Patronus depends not on the magnificence of the memory chosen, but on its personal significance to the caster, the depth of joy it can evoke even years after the original experience. Some of the most powerful Patronuses spring from simple moments: a parent's laughter, a friend's smile, the feeling of belonging that comes from being truly understood. The evolution of Patronus forms throughout an individual's life reflects changes in personality, priorities, and emotional connections that may occur through experience and growth. Nymphadora Tonks's Patronus changed from its original form to a wolf after she fell in love with Remus Lupin, demonstrating how profound emotional connections can literally reshape our magical essence. This transformation illustrates the deep connection between our most powerful magic and our capacity for love, showing how opening ourselves to others can change us at the most fundamental magical level. The communication abilities of Patronuses, discovered and developed by Dumbledore's army and the Order of the Phoenix, represent an evolution of the spell that transforms defensive magic into a tool for connection and coordination. These silvery messengers can carry complex communications across vast distances, speaking in the voice of their caster and retaining enough independent intelligence to find their intended recipients, even in dangerous or magically obscured locations. The sight of a familiar Patronus arriving with urgent news became one of the most comforting and terrifying experiences of the war years. The rarity of Patronuses that take the forms of magical creatures adds additional significance to these manifestations, suggesting that the wizards who produce them possess character traits that align with the most extraordinary aspects of the magical world. Luna Lovegood's hair, while not magical itself, represents the kind of gentle wisdom and innocent courage that allows her to accept the existence of creatures others cannot see. These unique Patronuses often belong to individuals whose perspectives and abilities extend beyond conventional magical understanding. In the deepest heart of ancient forests, where moonlight filters through leaves that have witnessed centuries of secrets and streams run silver with reflected starlight, dwell the most pure and magical of all creatures. Unicorns embody every virtue that the magical world holds sacred, their very existence serving as proof that goodness can take physical form and that innocence, rather than being weakness, represents the most powerful force in the natural world. These magnificent beings have walked the earth since magic itself first stirred in the hearts of growing things, their presence sanctifying the wild places they choose to call home. The unicorn's horn, spiraling upward in perfect mathematical proportion, contains concentrated magic so pure that it can neutralize the most deadly poisons, heal wounds that would otherwise prove fatal, and detect the presence of evil with sensitivity that exceeds any magical instrument ever devised. Ground unicorn horn, while requiring the creature's willing sacrifice, serves as an ingredient in potions that can literally restore life to those on death's threshold, its power stemming not from mere magical property, but from the unicorn's choice to transform death into healing, suffering into hope. The silver blood that flows through unicorn veins carries life force so concentrated that it can extend existence far beyond natural limits, though at a cost that makes the cure worse than any disease. When Lord Voldemort chose to sustain his weakened form by drinking unicorn blood in the Forbidden Forest, he committed an act so fundamentally opposed to the natural order that it cursed him to a half-life of perpetual suffering. The unicorn's blood kept him alive, but bound him to existence without joy, hope, or the possibility of redemption, demonstrating that some forms of survival come at prices no rational being would choose to pay. The relationship between unicorns and human purity creates one of the most fascinating dynamics in all of magical creature interaction, as these beings can sense the moral character of those who approach them with an accuracy that transcends any human judgment or magical detection. They are drawn to individuals whose hearts harbor no malice, whose intentions remain untainted by selfishness or cruelty, whose very presence radiates the kind of goodness that has become increasingly rare in a world where survival often demands moral compromise. Young maidens traditionally held special connection to unicorns, not through any magical property of innocence, but through their statistical likelihood of possessing uncompromised hearts. Hagrid's relationship with the unicorns of the Forbidden Forest demonstrates that purity of heart transcends conventional social categories or educational achievements, as these magnificent creatures recognized in the half-giant groundskeeper a kindness and integrity that many more sophisticated wizards lacked. His ability to approach them, tend their injuries, and earn their trust spoke to character qualities that his critics consistently underestimated, proving that unicorns serve as perhaps the most accurate judges of moral worth in the entire magical world. The use of unicorn hair as a wand core represents one of the three most reliable magical substances for channeling wizarding power, prized by wand makers not for its raw strength, but for its consistency and stability. Wands with unicorn hair cores produce the most consistent magic, are least prone to dramatic fluctuations or unpredictable effects, and remain deeply loyal to their original owners throughout their lifetime. These wands are particularly suited to individuals whose magical practice emphasizes healing, protection, and other forms of beneficial magic, though they can perform adequately in most magical applications when wielded by worthy wizards. The unicorn's natural habitat requires a level of environmental purity that grows increasingly rare as magical and non-magical civilization expands into previously untouched wilderness areas. They require forests that have never been significantly altered by human activity, water sources that flow directly from natural springs without magical or industrial contamination, and air that carries no trace of the corruption that emanates from places where dark magic has been practiced. Their presence serves as an indicator of ecological health that extends far beyond simple environmental science into the realm of spiritual and magical wellness. The mating rituals and family structures of unicorns remain among the most closely guarded secrets of the magical world, observed by few and understood by fewer still. What little is known suggests that these creatures mate for life, that their courtship involves displays of magical beauty that can literally transform the landscape around them, and that their offspring are born with abilities that exceed even their parents' considerable powers. Young unicorns, called foals despite their magical nature, are said to possess healing abilities so potent that their mere presence can restore damaged ecosystems to pristine condition. The relationship between unicorns and other forest creatures creates a complex ecosystem where the presence of these pure beings influences the behavior and development of every other magical and non-magical species within their territory. Centaurs treat unicorns with reverence that borders on worship, recognizing their role as guardians of natural balance. Thestrals, despite their association with death, show no fear or aggression toward unicorns, understanding instinctively that these creatures represent the other side of existence's great cycle. Even the most dangerous predators avoid areas where unicorns dwell, not from fear but from an instinctive recognition that violence has no place in such sanctified spaces. The healing properties of unicorn presence extend far beyond their physical substances to encompass their very existence in a location, as areas where they dwell regularly experience phenomena that can only be described as miraculous. Flowers bloom out of season and in impossible colors, streams run clearer and colder than natural springs, and the very air carries a quality of peace that can calm the most troubled spirits. Wizards who spend extended periods in unicorn territory often report enhanced magical abilities, clearer thinking, and a sense of spiritual renewal that persists long after they return to conventional magical society. The tragic decline in unicorn populations throughout the modern era reflects the broader degradation of magical environments and the increasing rarity of the kind of absolute purity that these creatures require for survival. Each unicorn death diminishes the world's capacity for healing and wonder, representing a loss that cannot be measured in mere numbers, but must be understood as the erosion of magic's most fundamental principles. Conservation efforts, while well-intentioned, often fail to address the deeper spiritual and magical requirements that unicorns need, focusing on physical habitat preservation, while ignoring the moral and emotional purity that these creatures find as essential as clean water or unpolluted air. The legends surrounding unicorn magic extend far beyond their documented abilities into realms of possibility that even the most knowledgeable magical theorists hesitate to explore, suggesting that these creatures possess powers that have never been fully catalogued or understood. Stories persist of unicorns whose tears can restore sight to the blind, whose breath can revive withered plants, and whose touch can heal not just physical wounds but spiritual damage that conventional magic cannot address. While such tales cannot be verified through conventional research methods, the consistent appearance of similar stories across multiple cultures and time periods suggests that unicorn magic may extend far beyond current understanding. The symbolic importance of unicorns in magical culture cannot be overstated, as these creatures represent the possibility of absolute goodness in a world that often seems dominated by moral ambiguity and necessary compromises. Their existence proves that purity is not naive weakness but incredible strength, that goodness can survive in its most perfect form despite centuries of war, betrayal, and corruption. For many in the magical world, unicorns represent hope itself. The belief that somewhere in the deepest forests, creatures still exist whose very nature embodies everything worth fighting to protect. The preservation of unicorn habitats has become one of the most crucial conservation efforts in the modern magical world, not merely for the sake of the creatures themselves, but for what their continued existence means for magic's future. These magnificent beings serve as living reminders of what the magical world can be at its best, guardians of principles that must not be allowed to disappear from reality into mere legend. Their silver forms moving through moonlit forests represent magic in its purest form, untainted by human ambition or corruption, eternal witnesses to the possibility that goodness can exist without compromise in a world that desperately needs such proof. As we conclude our journey through these guardians of light, we find ourselves surrounded by creatures whose very existence illuminates the profound connections between purity, sacrifice, and the magic that flows through all living things. The Phoenix teaches us that endings are merely beginnings in disguise, that from the ashes of what we lose can rise something more beautiful than we dared imagine. The Patronus shows us that our capacity for joy becomes our greatest protection against darkness, that love given form can shield us from despair itself. The unicorn reminds us that absolute goodness is not impossible fantasy, but living reality, dwelling in places where corruption has never taken root, and innocence retains its power to heal. These magnificent beings watch over our dreams with the same dedication they bring to their earthly guardianship, their luminous presence ensuring that even in sleep, we remain connected to magic's most fundamental truths. The Phoenix's song echoes through our unconscious minds, promising renewal with each dawn. The silver light of Patronus magic surrounds us with the warmth of our happiest memories. The unicorn's blessing flows through our rest like healing waters, washing away the day's accumulated wounds and preparing us for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. In the mysterious depths where water meets magic and ancient secrets sleep beneath liquid veils, there dwell creatures whose very existence bridges the gap between the familiar world above and the alien realm below. These are the beings of the depths, inhabitants of lakes and rivers and seas whose alien beauty speaks to truths that surface dwellers can barely comprehend. Their world operates by rules that defy terrestrial understanding, where breath becomes unnecessary, where pressure creates rather than destroys, and where the darkness holds wonders that sunlight could never reveal. The waters that surround and flow through the magical world harbor civilizations as complex and sophisticated as any found on dry land, populated by beings whose intelligence rivals that of wizards, while their perspectives remain utterly foreign to those who have never felt the embrace of liquid depths. These aquatic realms exist in parallel to the terrestrial magical world, occasionally intersecting through treaties, conflicts, and moments of mutual recognition that remind both sides of their shared magical heritage, despite their vastly different evolutionary paths. In the black depths of the lake that borders Hogwarts' school of witchcraft and wizardry, where sunlight fades to memory and pressure creates a world unto itself, there exists a thriving civilization of merpeople, whose society predates the castle above by countless centuries. These beings, so different from the romanticized creatures of Muggle mythology, represent one of the most successful magical civilizations on Earth, having created sustainable communities that have weathered wars, plagues, and magical catastrophes that destroyed terrestrial kingdoms without leaving so much as ripples on their lake's surface. The merpeople of the Black Lake, known in their own tongue as the Selkies of the Deep Current, have developed a culture that combines fierce territorial pride with sophisticated diplomatic traditions, understanding that survival in a world dominated by land dwellers requires both strength and wisdom. Their appearance, while startling to those expecting the beautiful sirens of ancient legend, reflects evolutionary adaptations perfectly suited to their aquatic environment. Grey skin that blends seamlessly with lake-bottom sediments, webbed fingers capable of incredible dexterity in underwater currents, and eyes adapted to function in conditions where conventional sight becomes useless. Their language, known as Mermish, represents one of the most complex communication systems in the magical world, incorporating not just vocal elements that carry clearly through water, but also gesture, posture, and bioelectric signals that create meaning layers impossible to replicate in terrestrial languages. The few land dwellers who have mastered even basic Mermish report that thinking in the language requires fundamental shifts in how concepts like time, space, and individual identity are understood, as merpeople experience reality in ways that humans can barely imagine. The social structure of merperson society reflects the unique challenges and opportunities of underwater civilization, with communities organized around thermal vents, underwater caves, and current systems that provide the resources necessary for sophisticated civilization. Their chiefs, chosen through complex rituals that test both physical prowess and intellectual capability, serve as both military leaders and diplomatic ambassadors, understanding that their people's survival depends on maintaining delicate balances with both aquatic competitors and land-dwelling powers. During the Triwizard Tournament's second task, the merpeople demonstrated their sophisticated understanding of magical lore and their commitment to honoring agreements even with those they might consider inferior beings. Their role as guardians of the hostages required not just physical capability but moral judgment, as they had to distinguish between legitimate rescue attempts and potential deceptions, while maintaining the safety of innocent prisoners who had been placed in their care without their consent. The chief of the Black Lake Merpeople, a magnificent being whose scars spoke of battles fought in the deepest trenches, and whose bearing commanded respect from creatures that had never learned to fear, conducted the underwater portion of the tournament with dignity that impressed even those judges who had initially questioned the wisdom of involving non-wizard beings in such a prestigious event. His decisions regarding which rescue attempts to allow and which to prevent demonstrated understanding of human psychology and tournament rules that rivaled that of the event's official organizers. Harry Potter's ability to understand Mermish during his underwater ordeal stemmed from the gillyweed's effects extending beyond simple biological transformation to encompass psychological adaptation necessary for aquatic survival. The plant's magic temporarily rewired his sensory processing to interpret the complex acoustic and gestural communications that merpeople used, allowing him to comprehend not just their words, but their cultural context and emotional subtleties that would have been lost on surface dwellers using translation magic. The Mer people's reaction to Cedric Diggory's efficient rescue of Cho Chang revealed their appreciation for competence and their understanding that different species might approach the same problem using vastly different methods. They observed his use of the bubblehead charm with interest, recognizing magical innovation, even when applied to challenges they could solve through natural ability. Their respectful treatment of him demonstrated that Merperson society valued skill and courage, regardless of the biological limitations that might necessitate magical assistance. Victor Krum's partial transformation using incomplete transfiguration impressed the Mer people not for its magical sophistication but for the courage it represented. As he chose to accept significant physical discomfort and potential danger rather than rely on magical aids that might fail at crucial moments. His shark-like appearance, while imperfect, showed understanding of underwater predator psychology that earned their grudging respect even as they noted the magical flaws that left him vulnerable to currents and pressure changes that wouldn't have affected a true aquatic predator. The Mer people's treatment of Fleur Delacour during her rescue attempt revealed their complex understanding of magical hierarchies and their ability to distinguish between individual capability and cultural stereotyping. When her magical defenses proved inadequate against their numbers, they demonstrated the kind of restraint that sophisticated civilizations use when dealing with overmatched opponents, neutralizing her threat without causing permanent harm, while sending clear messages about the consequences of underestimating their territorial claims. The hostages themselves, suspended in magical sleep beneath the lake's surface, were maintained in conditions that required sophisticated understanding of human physiology and magical theory, as the Mer people had to preserve their lives while keeping them unconscious for extended periods in an environment that would normally prove fatal within minutes. This responsibility, accepted without compensation or formal recognition, demonstrated moral sophistication that contradicted surface dwellers' assumptions about the nature and capabilities of non-human magical civilizations. The Mer people's weapons, crafted from materials available in their aquatic environment, represented technological achievements that rivaled anything produced by terrestrial magical civilizations, with tridents whose points were harder than steel, and nets woven from kelp that had been magically enhanced to resist cutting charms and fire spells. Their armor, fashioned from the scales of lake monsters and reinforced with magic that drew power from water itself, provided protection that adapted automatically to different types of attack while allowing the full range of movement necessary for underwater combat. The underwater city that served as the Mer people's primary settlement in the Black Lake represented architectural achievements that challenged conventional understanding of what was possible without the construction magic that terrestrial wizards took for granted. Their buildings, grown rather than built, incorporated living coral structures that continued to develop and adapt long after their initial creation, creating spaces that evolved to meet changing needs while maintaining structural integrity that had endured for centuries. The Mer people's relationship with other lake inhabitants demonstrated their role as apex predators, whose intelligence allowed them to maintain ecological balance through conscious decision-making rather than mere instinct. They controlled the populations of grindylows and water sprites, not through constant warfare, but through strategic culling that maintained sustainable numbers while eliminating individuals whose behavior threatened community stability. Their management of the lake's ecosystem represented environmental stewardship that could serve as models for terrestrial magical communities struggling with conservation challenges. Their cultural traditions, passed down through generations that measured time in centuries rather than decades, included epic songs that chronicled the lake's history from its formation through the arrival of land dwellers and the establishment of the school above. These musical histories, performed during ceremonies that transformed the entire lake bottom into resonating chambers, preserved knowledge that existed nowhere else, and provided perspectives on events that terrestrial historians had never considered. The diplomatic protocols that governed merperson interaction with land dwellers reflected centuries of negotiation and occasional conflict, resulting in agreements that recognized territorial sovereignty while establishing frameworks for cooperation when mutual interests aligned. The Hogwarts merpeople had negotiated specific understandings with school authorities regarding boundaries, resource usage, and intervention protocols that allowed both communities to coexist without constant territorial disputes. Their magical abilities, while different from wand-based magic practiced by wizards, drew upon the same fundamental forces, but channeled them through techniques adapted to underwater conditions where traditional spellcasting became impossible. Merperson magic worked through harmonics that traveled through water more efficiently than air, through pressure manipulations that could create effects rivaling transfiguration, and through bioelectric fields that allowed direct magical interaction with other aquatic life forms. The prophetic traditions maintained by merperson seers provided insights into future events that complemented but differed from terrestrial divination methods, drawing their power from water's capacity to reflect not just images but possibilities. These underwater oracles observed patterns in current flows, in the behavior of deep-dwelling creatures, and in the subtle chemical changes that preceded major magical disturbances, providing warnings that had saved both aquatic and terrestrial communities from disasters they never saw coming. In the darker corners of the aquatic realm, where shadows take on malevolent life and hunger drives creatures to acts of predatory violence, dwell the beings that even merpeople approach with caution. Grindylows represent the nightmare aspect of underwater existence, creatures whose intelligence serves primarily to make them more effective predators, whose cunning allows them to lay traps that challenge even experienced aquatic travelers, and whose pack hunting strategies have evolved to exploit the weaknesses of beings far larger and more powerful than themselves. These pale green water demons, with their distinctive horned fingers that can tear through magical protections as easily as flesh, inhabit the spaces between merperson territories and civilized waters, thriving in environments where confusion and fear provide hunting advantages. Their territories are marked by the bones of victims who underestimated their capabilities, testament to the deadly effectiveness of creatures that appear almost comically primitive until they demonstrate the sophisticated hunting strategies that have made them successful predators for thousands of years. The Grindylows' social structure, while simpler than that of merpeople, demonstrates intelligence that extends far beyond mere predatory instinct, with pack hierarchies based on hunting success and strategic thinking, rather than simple physical dominance. Their leaders coordinate complex ambushes that require understanding of victim psychology, environmental manipulation, and timing that would challenge military strategists, proving that intelligence and morality do not necessarily correlate in the magical world's darker corners. Their relationship with human swimmers and divers reveals their capacity for long-term planning and psychological warfare, as they have learned to exploit surface dwellers' unfamiliarity with underwater environments to create hunting opportunities that combine natural advantages with careful preparation. The Grindylows that inhabit the Black Lake have developed specific techniques for dealing with the magical protections that Hogwarts students might carry, demonstrating adaptability that makes them increasingly dangerous as they gain experience with their preferred prey. The territorial disputes between Grindylows and Mer people represent one of the ongoing conflicts that shape underwater politics, with boundaries established through violence and maintained through constant vigilance. The Mer people's superior organization and magical abilities generally give them advantages in direct confrontation, but Grindylow pack tactics and willingness to accept casualties that would be unthinkable to more sophisticated societies allow them to maintain territories that serve as bases for raids into more civilized areas. Harry Potter's encounter with Grindylows during the second task of the Triwizard Tournament demonstrated both their pack hunting coordination and their capacity for strategic retreat when faced with opponents whose capabilities exceeded their ability to overcome through simple ambush tactics. Their initial attack pattern revealed sophisticated understanding of human limitations in underwater environments, while their withdrawal when faced with effective resistance showed intelligence that extended to recognizing when tactical situations had turned against them. The Grindylows' adaptation to magical environments demonstrates evolutionary flexibility that allows them to thrive in conditions where conventional predators would struggle, developing resistances to common defensive spells while maintaining the mobility and coordination necessary for effective pack hunting. Their natural magic resistance makes them particularly dangerous to wizards who rely primarily on spell-based defenses, forcing opponents to rely on physical capabilities that may be inadequate in underwater conditions. The breeding habits of Grindylows contribute to their success as a species while creating ongoing challenges for those who share their aquatic environments, as their rapid reproduction rates allow populations to recover quickly from conflicts, while their territorial expansion constantly pressures the boundaries of other aquatic civilizations. Their young develop hunting instincts almost immediately, creating family groups that function as coordinated predatory units from the earliest stages of their life cycle. The magical properties of Grindylow physiology, while less benign than those of more pleasant aquatic creatures, have found applications in certain specialized branches of magical research, particularly those dealing with underwater survival and defensive magic. Their natural resistance to magical compulsion makes them valuable subjects for studying mental protection techniques, while their pack coordination abilities have provided insights into collective magical phenomena that individual casting cannot achieve. Beyond the familiar territories where merpeople and Grindylows conduct their eternal territorial disputes, the deeper reaches of magical waters harbor creatures whose alien nature challenges every assumption about life's possibilities. These are beings that exist at the boundaries of conventional biological understanding, creatures whose magical nature has allowed them to develop in ways that purely physical evolution could never achieve, entities whose very existence expands the boundaries of what magic can accomplish when freed from terrestrial constraints. The water spirits that occasionally manifest in magical lakes and rivers represent magic in its most elemental form, beings composed more of condensed magical energy than conventional matter, whose interactions with physical reality create phenomena that even experienced magical theorists struggle to explain. These entities appear to consciousness that has evolved directly from magical forces rather than biological processes, demonstrating intelligence that operates according to principles entirely foreign to terrestrial thought patterns. The kappa that inhabit certain magical waterways represent transplanted magical traditions that have adapted to new environments while maintaining cultural practices that originated in distant magical communities, creating unique hybrid civilizations that combine traditional knowledge with environmental adaptations necessary for survival in alien conditions. Their integration into local magical ecosystems demonstrates the flexibility of magical culture and the ways that migration and adaptation can create entirely new forms of civilization. The Undine and Nixies that appear in European magical waters embody the intersection between elemental magic and conscious will, representing the capacity for natural forces to develop personality and purpose that transcends their original function as components of larger magical systems. Their interactions with both aquatic and terrestrial magical communities reveal the complex relationships that exist between conscious magical beings and the elemental forces that underlie all magical phenomena. The seasonal variations in aquatic magical creature populations reflect the deep connections between magical life and natural cycles, as the changing relationships between water, earth, air, and fire create opportunities and challenges that shape the behavior and development of creatures whose existence depends on maintaining harmony with forces larger than themselves. These patterns provide windows into understanding how magic itself flows through natural systems, creating the conditions that allow conscious beings to emerge from elemental processes. The conservation challenges facing aquatic magical creatures reflect broader tensions between magical and non-magical development, as pollution, climate change, and habitat destruction affect magical ecosystems in ways that conventional environmental science cannot fully address. The unique vulnerabilities of creatures that depend on magical water quality for survival create conservation requirements that exceed anything needed for purely biological species, demanding approaches that integrate magical and environmental expertise in ways that few institutions are equipped to provide. As our exploration of these mysterious depths draws to its peaceful conclusion, we find ourselves surrounded by the gentle sounds of water lapping against unseen shores, carrying whispers of ancient secrets and promises of dreams filled with aquatic wonders. The creatures of the depths remind us that magic takes countless forms, that intelligence and consciousness can flourish in environments that seem alien to our terrestrial perspectives, and that the boundaries between the familiar and the fantastic are far more permeable than our surface-dwelling assumptions might suggest. In the transition from waking consciousness to the fluid realm of sleep, these aquatic guardians offer their protection, their alien wisdom flowing through our dreams like cool currents that carry us toward rest and renewal. The sophisticated civilization of the merpeople assures us that intelligence and dignity can flourish in any environment where consciousness takes root, while the territorial instincts of Grindylows remind us that even dangerous creatures serve essential roles in maintaining the complex balances that allow magical ecosystems to thrive. In the deepest vaults beneath Gringotts Bank, where ancient magic mingles with the accumulated treasures of millennia, and in the humblest kitchens of wizarding households where daily miracles of service unfold without recognition or reward, there dwell creatures whose relationship with wizardkind reveals the most complex moral challenges that magical society has ever faced. These are the servants and allies whose bonds with human wizards encompass the full spectrum, from enslaved devotion to freely chosen partnership, beings whose magical abilities often exceed those of their supposed masters, while their social status remains fixed by traditions that predate recorded history. The intricate relationships between wizards and the magical beings who serve alongside them illuminate fundamental questions about power, freedom, and the ethical obligations that superior magical capability creates toward those who possess different but equally valuable forms of consciousness. These creatures challenge every assumption about the nature of service and alliance, forcing recognition that intelligence, magical ability, and moral worth exist in forms that wizard-centric perspectives have consistently undervalued and misunderstood. Among all magical beings, none present more complex moral challenges or demonstrate more profound contradictions between capability and status than the house elves whose powerful magic serves wizarding households while their freedom remains constrained by bonds that many consider slavery disguised as traditional service. These remarkable creatures, whose magical abilities surpass those of most qualified wizards while their social position remains that of property rather than persons, embody every contradiction that exists within magical society's approach to consciousness, dignity, and the rights of sentient beings. House elves possess magical capabilities that operate independently of the wand-based systems that wizards consider the foundation of all sophisticated magical practice, demonstrating that the assumptions underlying magical education and theory represent only one approach among many possible relationships with the fundamental forces that shape reality. Their magic flows directly from their essential nature, requiring no external tools or complex incantations, but responding instantly to will and need, in ways that suggest intimate connection with magic's most basic principles. The house elf ability to apparate within locations protected by anti-apparition charms reveals magical understanding that surpasses the theoretical knowledge of most qualified wizards, as these creatures instinctively grasp the principles that allow them to navigate magical defenses that would stymie professional spellcasters. Their apparition creates none of the noise or displacement effects that characterize wizard transportation magic, suggesting techniques that work in harmony with existing magical fields rather than overwhelming them through superior force. Dobby the house elf represents the most dramatic example of individual growth and moral development ever documented among magical creatures. His transformation from devoted slave to autonomous individual, challenging every assumption about the fixed nature of creature consciousness and the impossibility of transcending traditional social roles. His journey from desperate servitude to willing sacrifice demonstrates that intelligence, courage, and moral development exist independently of species, social status, or the limitations that others attempt to impose upon individual potential. The Malfoy family's treatment of Dobby revealed the corrupting influence that absolute power exercises upon those who wield it, as their casual cruelty toward a being whose magical abilities exceeded their own demonstrated moral blindness, that extended far beyond simple prejudice into fundamental failure to recognize consciousness and dignity in forms that differed from their own. Their assumption that ownership granted them unlimited rights over another sentient being reflected attitudes that would have been considered abhorrent if applied to any recognized person, regardless of their magical capability or social position. Dobby's liberation through Harry Potter's trick with the diary and sock represented more than clever manipulation of house elf binding magic, but a moment of profound moral recognition that transcended species, boundaries, and social conventions to acknowledge the fundamental right of conscious beings to determine their own destinies. Harry's willingness to risk Lucius Malfoy's wrath in order to free a being he barely knew demonstrated moral courage that operated independently of personal benefit or social approval. The protective magic that Dobby wielded in defense of Harry Potter exceeded anything that conventional defensive theory suggested should be possible from a creature without formal magical education, creating barriers and interventions that challenged Death Eaters whose training and equipment represented the pinnacle of dark arts sophistication. His magic drew power from emotional commitment that transformed devotion into literal protective force, demonstrating principles that academic magic had never successfully analyzed or replicated. Dobby's employment at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's enlightened policies provided glimpses of what house elf existence could become when freed from the constraints of traditional servitude, as he negotiated wages, working conditions, and personal autonomy, while maintaining the dedication to service that represented his species' greatest strength. His insistence upon payment, despite other house elves viewing such demands as shameful, demonstrated individual growth that challenged collective assumptions about proper behavior and acceptable aspirations. The other house elves' reaction to Dobby's liberation and employment revealed the psychological complexity of creatures who had been raised within systems that defined freedom as abandonment and independence as failure, their conditioning so complete that they experienced genuine distress when confronted with alternatives to traditional servitude. Their inability to accept Dobby's choices reflected not stupidity but trauma responses that made change feel like betrayal of everything they had been taught to value about themselves and their relationships with wizards. Creature's story demonstrates how house elf devotion can become corrupted when applied to masters whose values and actions violate the principles that make service meaningful. His loyalty to the Black family creating internal conflicts that manifested as bitterness, resentment, and ultimately betrayal of the very people he was magically bound to protect. His treatment of Sirius Black reflected decades of accumulated frustration with masters whose behavior contradicted everything he had been taught to respect about wizard nobility and dignity. The revelation of Creature's role in Sirius Black's death illustrated the tragic consequences of treating conscious beings as property rather than persons, as his need for recognition and respect led him to seek validation from the only source available, when his actual masters refused to acknowledge his intelligence and emotional needs. His betrayal stemmed not from evil nature, but from desperation for acknowledgement that his thoughts and feelings mattered to someone, somewhere, even if that someone represented everything his masters opposed. Harry Potter's eventual recognition of Creature's essential dignity and his efforts to treat the house elf with respect rather than mere tolerance created transformation that validated every argument about the potential for growth and change. When conscious beings receive appropriate recognition and support, Creature's assistance during the final stages of the Horcrux hunt demonstrated capabilities that had been hidden beneath decades of resentment and neglect, revealing that proper treatment could unlock potential that harsh masters had never suspected existed. The house elf magic that enabled Creature to retrieve Salazar Slytherin's locket from the cave where Voldemort had hidden it represented abilities that exceeded those of the most skilled wizard treasure hunters. His success where Dumbledore had failed, demonstrating that different approaches to magic could overcome obstacles that conventional techniques could not address. His survival of protections that had been designed to kill intruders revealed magical resistance that operated through principles entirely foreign to wizard understanding. Winky's tragic decline following her dismissal from the Crouch family service illustrated the psychological dependency that traditional house elf conditioning created, her inability to function independently reflecting not inherent weakness, but learned helplessness that had been deliberately cultivated through generations of selective breeding and cultural indoctrination. Her descent into alcoholism represented a pathological response to freedom that she had never been prepared to handle, demonstrating the cruelty inherent in systems that created dependency while claiming to provide protection. The house elves' role in the Battle of Hogwarts, fighting alongside the defenders despite having no formal obligation to risk their lives for the school's protection, represented the ultimate expression of their capacity for moral choice and heroic action when their essential dignity was recognized and respected. Their participation transformed them from servants following orders into warriors choosing sides based on their own understanding of right and wrong, proving that consciousness and moral development existed independently of social status or species classification. The magic wielded by house elves during the final battle exceeded anything that their traditional roles had suggested they were capable of achieving, their protective spells and offensive capabilities demonstrating that their assignment to domestic service had represented massive underutilization of abilities that could have contributed significantly to magical societies' development if they had been recognized as partners rather than property. Their effectiveness in combat situations proved that their exclusion from magical education and professional opportunities represented loss not just to them, but to the entire wizarding world. Hermione Granger's Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, while initially misguided in its approach and assumptions about what house elves actually wanted, represented the first serious attempt by a member of Wizarding Society to address the fundamental injustices inherent in traditional master-servant relationships. Her recognition that conscious beings deserved rights regardless of their species or magical abilities challenged assumptions that even progressive wizards had never seriously questioned, forcing uncomfortable examination of practices that had been accepted without moral consideration for centuries. The house elves' rejection of SPW's initial approaches revealed the complexity of addressing systemic oppression when the oppressed have been conditioned to view their situation as natural and beneficial. Their resistance to liberation efforts, demonstrating how thoroughly traditional indoctrination could shape consciousness and desire. Their fear of freedom reflected not contentment with servitude, but psychological adaptation to circumstances that had made independence seem impossible and terrifying rather than desirable. The gradual evolution of house elf rights and recognition following the war represented progress that moved at speeds, determined more by the creature's own psychological readiness for change than by external pressure from reform. Movements demonstrating that meaningful liberation required not just legal changes but cultural transformation that addressed both wizard prejudices and house elf conditioning. The most successful reforms were those that recognized house elf agency while providing support for creatures who were learning to navigate freedom after generations of dependence. In the marble halls and golden vaults of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, where the accumulated wealth of magical civilization rests under protections that exceed those of any other institution in the wizarding world, there dwells a race whose relationship with wizard society illustrates different aspects of the same fundamental tensions that characterize house elf servitude. The goblins, whose financial expertise and magical metalworking skills make them indispensable to wizarding economic systems, maintain their independence and cultural identity while operating within structures that consistently subordinate their interests to those of their wizard clients and regulators. Goblin society represents one of the most successful examples of non-human magical civilization, having developed sophisticated cultural institutions, advanced magical techniques, and economic systems that operate according to principles that often conflict with wizard assumptions about property, ownership, and the nature of value itself. Their survival as an autonomous culture within wizard-dominated magical society demonstrates both the possibility of coexistence and the ongoing tensions that arise when different species attempt to share magical territories while maintaining distinct cultural values. The goblin approach to metalworking and magical item creation represents technical mastery that exceeds anything achieved by wizard craftsmen. Their understanding of the relationship between magical properties and physical materials, allowing them to create objects whose capabilities surpass theoretical limits that wizard magical theory considers absolute. The Sword of Gryffindor, crafted by goblin hands centuries ago, continues to absorb properties that enhance its effectiveness, demonstrating principles of magical item development that wizard artificers have never successfully duplicated or fully understood. Goblin magic operates independently of wand-based casting systems, drawing upon techniques that wizard magical education dismisses as primitive, but which achieve effects that formal spellcasting cannot replicate, suggesting that the wizard assumption that wand magic represents the pinnacle of magical sophistication reflects cultural bias rather than objective assessment of different approaches to manipulating fundamental magical forces. Their wandless magic demonstrates precision and power that challenges every assumption about the necessity of external magical tools for sophisticated spellwork. The goblin understanding of ownership and property rights operates according to principles that directly conflict with wizard legal traditions, creating ongoing tensions that reflect deeper philosophical disagreements about the nature of creation, possession, and inheritance that have never been resolved through negotiation or legal precedent. Goblin belief that crafted items belong eternally to their creators rather than their purchasers represents a worldview that treats magical objects as extensions of their makers rather than commodity goods that can be permanently transferred through commercial transaction. Grifook's involvement in the break-in at Gringotts during the final stages of the war against Voldemort demonstrated both the potential for goblin-wizard cooperation and the fundamental mistrust that centuries of unequal relationships had created between the species. His willingness to assist Harry Potter's mission competing with cultural loyalties and personal resentments that made genuine partnership nearly impossible to achieve. His ultimate betrayal reflected not evil nature, but the accumulated weight of grievances that individual good intentions could not overcome. The security measures that protect Gringotts vaults represent goblin magical innovation at its most sophisticated, combining traditional protective magic with techniques that operate according to principles that wizard cursebreakers struggle to understand or counter, creating defenses that have never been successfully breached through direct assault, despite centuries of attempts by the most skilled magical criminals. The bank's reputation for absolute security rests upon goblin understanding of magical protection that exceeds anything taught in formal magical education. The dragons that guard the deepest Gringotts vaults serve under conditions that reveal both goblin pragmatism and their willingness to employ methods that wizard sensibilities would consider cruel, demonstrating that their moral frameworks operate according to different principles that prioritize effectiveness and security over concern for creature welfare. Their use of conditioned Ukrainian ironbellies as vault guardians represents magical creature management that achieves desired results through techniques that highlight fundamental differences in how goblins and wizards approach relationships with other magical beings. The goblin rebellions that periodically erupted throughout magical history reflected ongoing tensions between a proud, independent culture and wizard-dominated political systems that consistently failed to recognize goblin sovereignty or cultural autonomy, each conflict representing not random violence, but systematic resistance to policies that threatened goblin survival and self-determination. These rebellions demonstrated goblin military capabilities that wizard historians consistently underestimated, revealing tactical sophistication and magical abilities that challenged every assumption about relative power relationships between the species. The goblin perspective on the International Statute of Secrecy and other wizard-imposed regulations reveals the extent to which magical legislation reflects wizard interests, while ignoring the concerns and rights of other magical species. Their compliance with laws. They had no role in representing pragmatic accommodation, rather than genuine agreement with principles that often conflict with their cultural values and economic interests. Their participation in wizard-dominated magical society represents survival strategy rather than voluntary integration. The banking services that goblins provide to wizard society demonstrate their indispensability while highlighting the economic dependency relationships that prevent either species from achieving complete autonomy, creating interdependence that serves both groups' interests while perpetuating power imbalances that favor wizard political control over goblin cultural sovereignty. The financial expertise that makes goblins valuable to wizard society also makes them targets for control and regulation that limits their independence. The magical currencies that goblins mint and manage represent one of the few areas where their expertise grants them genuine authority over wizard economic activity, their control over monetary systems, providing leverage that partially balances the political disadvantages they face in other areas of interspecies relations. The complex exchange rates and security features that characterize goblin-produced currency demonstrate mathematical and magical sophistication that exceeds most wizard capabilities. Goblin attitudes toward wizard customers reflect centuries of professional service combined with cultural resentment. Their famous rudeness and reluctance to provide assistance beyond contractual minimums, representing passive resistance to relationships that they consider inherently exploitative despite their apparent profitability. Their treatment of wizard clients demonstrates the complex psychology of beings who possess essential skills while lacking political power to control how those skills are utilized. The goblin approach to magical item maintenance and restoration reveals understanding of enchantment principles that allow them to preserve magical properties that would decay under wizard care. Their services extending far beyond simple craftsmanship into areas of magical theory that formal magical education barely acknowledges. Their ability to enhance and repair magical items demonstrates knowledge that wizard artificers seek but have never successfully acquired through study or negotiation. The cultural traditions that goblins maintain despite centuries of pressure to assimilate into wizard society demonstrate the resilience of non-human magical civilization and the importance of preserving diverse approaches to magical art, knowledge, and practice. Their resistance to cultural absorption representing not mere stubbornness but recognition that diversity of magical traditions strengthens the entire magical community, even when it complicates political and economic relationships. The future of goblin-wizard relations depends upon recognition of fundamental equality and mutual benefit that transcends traditional power relationships, requiring acknowledgement that goblin contributions to magical society deserve respect and compensation that matches their actual value rather than their traditional subordinate status. The potential for genuine partnership exists, but requires abandonment of assumptions about species hierarchy that have shaped intermagical relations since the earliest recorded history. The magical techniques that both house elves and goblins have developed independently of wizard magical education demonstrate that the wand-based casting systems taught at magical schools represent only one approach among many possible relationships with fundamental magical forces, their success with alternative methods proving that wizard assumptions about magical superiority reflect cultural bias rather than objective assessment of different species' capabilities and contributions. The ethical obligations that wizard society owes to both house elves and goblins extend beyond simple legal recognition to encompass fundamental acknowledgement of their dignity as conscious beings whose perspectives and contributions deserve respect regardless of their willingness to conform to wizard expectations about proper behavior and social relationships. The development of truly equitable magical society requires confronting uncomfortable truths about how traditional relationships have served wizard interests while ignoring the rights and needs of equally intelligent magical beings. The magical innovations that could emerge from genuine partnership between wizards and other magical species represent untapped potential that current social structures prevent from being realized, as prejudice and tradition limit collaboration that could benefit entire magical civilization through combination of different approaches to magical knowledge and practice. The loss represented by maintaining traditional hierarchies exceeds any benefits that those hierarchies provide to their supposed beneficiaries. As our exploration of these complex relationships draws toward its thoughtful conclusion, we find ourselves confronted with questions that challenge our assumptions about consciousness, dignity, and the obligations that power creates toward those who possess different forms of intelligence and capability. The servants and allies who share the magical world with wizards demonstrate that worth cannot be measured by species, that intelligence takes forms that resist simple categorization, and that justice requires recognition of rights that transcend traditional boundaries and social conventions. The house elves, whose powerful magic serves wizarding households while their freedom remains constrained by bonds that many consider slavery, remind us that capability and status exist independently, that consciousness and dignity belong to all beings regardless of the social positions they occupy or the services they provide. Their loyalty, when freely given rather than magically compelled, represents devotion that transforms service from obligation into gift, creating relationships that honor both giver and receiver. The goblins, whose expertise makes wizarding society possible while their autonomy remains limited by wizard-dominated political systems, demonstrate that interdependence requires respect, that genuine partnership cannot exist without recognition of fundamental equality, and that diversity of perspective strengthens communities that possess wisdom to value difference rather than merely tolerating it. Their contributions to magical civilization deserve acknowledgement that matches their actual importance rather than their traditional subordinate status. In the gentle transition from conscious contemplation to peaceful rest, these servants and allies offer their protection, their ancient wisdom flowing through dreams where justice takes precedence over tradition and recognition replaces prejudice. The magic they wield in service of others becomes magic that serves our own need for rest, their dedication to duty, transformed into dedication to peaceful slumber, where all beings receive the respect and dignity their consciousness deserves. In the ancient depths of the Forbidden Forest, where moonbeams struggle to penetrate canopies that have witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, and starlight filters through leaves that whisper secrets older than recorded history, there dwell creatures whose very existence bridges the profound gap between the familiar world of human habitation and the wild realms where magic flows unrestrained by convention or domestication. These are the forest dwellers, beings whose lives unfold according to rhythms that predate wizarding civilization, whose wisdom draws from sources that no library has ever catalogued, and whose presence transforms ordinary woodland into sanctified spaces where the deepest mysteries of magical existence reveal themselves to those worthy of such revelations. The Forbidden Forest represents more than mere woodland surrounding Hogwarts School, but serves as a living repository of magical knowledge that exists independently of human understanding or control, a place where creatures pursue destinies that operate according to laws far older and more fundamental than any statute or regulation that wizarding government has ever attempted to impose. Here, in shadows that have never known the touch of artificial light and clearings where ancient magic pools like morning dew, consciousness takes forms that challenge every assumption about intelligence, wisdom, and the nature of civilized existence. The relationship between forest and school creates a unique dynamic where the wild and the cultivated exist in careful balance, each serving the other's purposes, while maintaining essential differences that prevent either from overwhelming the other's distinctive character. Students venture into the forest's edges for educational purposes, supervised excursions that provide controlled exposure to magical wilderness, while the forest's inhabitants occasionally emerge into the cultivated grounds, when circumstances require their intervention in the affairs of those who live by different rules and pursue different understanding of what magical existence should encompass. Among all the forest dwellers, None command greater respect or embody more profound wisdom than the centaurs, whose ancient civilization predates human settlement in the Scottish Highlands by millennia. Their culture, representing continuous development of knowledge and understanding that has never been interrupted by conquest, catastrophe, or the kind of cultural upheaval that has repeatedly disrupted human magical traditions. These magnificent beings, with their human torsos rising from equine bodies that speak to deep connection with both rational thought and natural instinct, represent synthesis of intellectual capability and primal wisdom that few purely human cultures have ever achieved. The centaur herds that make the Forbidden Forest their home operate according to social structures that combine the best aspects of democratic decision-making with respect for expertise and experience that ensures leadership positions are held by those whose qualifications extend far beyond mere political skill or popular appeal. Their chiefs emerge through recognition of abilities that encompass not just strategic thinking and moral judgment, but understanding of the complex magical forces that shape forest life and the astronomical knowledge that allows them to read destiny in stellar movements that reveal truths hidden from terrestrial observation. Centaur magic operates through principles that differ fundamentally from wand-based spellcasting, drawing power directly from natural forces and celestial influences that human magical education barely acknowledges as legitimate sources of magical energy. Their techniques representing approaches to magical practice that predate the systematic codification that characterizes modern wizarding theory. Their divination abilities exceed anything taught at Hogwarts, encompassing not just prediction of future events, but understanding of the cosmic forces that create the conditions within which individual choices and historical trends unfold. The astronomical knowledge that forms the foundation of centaur wisdom extends far beyond simple observation of planetary movements into comprehensive understanding of how celestial mechanics influence magical forces throughout the natural world, their calculations incorporating variables that human astronomers have never identified, and relationships that connect earthly events to cosmic patterns through chains of causation that span centuries or millennia. Their star charts record not just the positions of celestial bodies, but the magical emanations and influences that those bodies project, creating maps of force and destiny that reveal the underlying structure of reality itself. Firenze's decision to accept employment as divination professor at Hogwarts represented unprecedented departure from centaur tradition. His willingness to share ancestral knowledge with human students, creating tensions within his herd that reflected centuries of accumulated mistrust and philosophical disagreement about appropriate relationships between centaur civilization and the wizarding institutions that had consistently failed to recognize centaur autonomy or intellectual achievement. His teaching revealed glimpses of knowledge systems that operated according to principles entirely foreign to conventional magical education. The centaur approach to divination emphasizes understanding of general trends and cosmic influences rather than specific predictions about individual events. Their teachings focusing on how to read the great patterns that shape historical development, rather than attempting to forecast particular outcomes that might satisfy human curiosity, but provide little genuine insight into the forces that determine destiny. Firenze's lessons taught students to perceive the forest of cosmic influence, rather than becoming lost among the trees of specific occurrences. The herbal knowledge that centaurs have accumulated through millennia of forest dwelling encompasses understanding not just of plant properties and magical applications, but of the complex relationships between botanical life and celestial influences. Their healing practices incorporating astronomical timing and location-specific magical conditions that determine when and where particular treatments will achieve maximum effectiveness. Their medicines work through principles that combine conventional herbology with cosmic timing that human healers rarely consider. The territorial agreements that govern Centaur relationship with Hogwarts reflect careful negotiation between beings whose understanding of land ownership operates according to entirely different principles. Centaur concepts of territory, encompassing not just geographic boundaries, but temporal claims that recognize their historical presence and future responsibilities to maintain forest health across generations that extend far beyond human planning horizons. Their willingness to coexist with the school demonstrates pragmatic wisdom that prioritizes long-term forest preservation over immediate territorial concerns. The Centaur perspective on human magical education reveals fundamental criticisms of approaches that emphasize individual achievement over community wisdom, theoretical knowledge over practical understanding of natural forces, and immediate results over long-term consequences that may not manifest for decades or centuries after particular magical practices are employed. Their educational philosophy prioritizes understanding of one's place within larger cosmic patterns over mastery of techniques that serve primarily individual ambition or immediate convenience. The prophecies that emerge from Centaur astronomical observations operate according to different principles than human divination, focusing on great movements of historical development rather than personal fortunes or specific events, their predictions serving as warnings about cosmic trends that will influence all life within particular regions, rather than individual guidance that might help particular wizards achieve personal goals. Their prophecies speak to communal rather than individual concerns, addressing destinies that encompass entire civilizations. The Centaur codes of honor that govern interaction with other forest inhabitants demonstrate moral sophistication that extends far beyond simple territorial agreements into comprehensive ethical frameworks that recognize the rights and needs of all conscious beings while maintaining clear boundaries about acceptable behavior and appropriate relationships between different species. Their justice system operates through principles that emphasize restoration over punishment, focusing on healing community relationships rather than simple retribution. The seasonal celebrations that mark Centaur cultural traditions connect their civilization to natural cycles in ways that human magical society has largely abandoned in favor of artificial scheduling that serves convenience rather than cosmic appropriateness. Their ceremonies time to coincide with astronomical events that enhance particular types of magical working while honoring the natural rhythms that govern all life. These celebrations serve educational purposes that transmit cultural knowledge across generations while strengthening community bonds that ensure social stability. The migration patterns that Centaur herds follow throughout the year reflect understanding of magical geography that encompasses not just seasonal changes in climate and resource availability, but temporal variations in magical field, strength and cosmic influence that create opportunities for particular types of learning and development, their movements serving purposes that extend beyond simple survival into active pursuit of knowledge and spiritual development that requires exposure to different magical environments. In the deeper reaches of the forest, where ancient trees have grown so large that their hollow trunks could shelter entire communities, and their root systems create cavern networks that extend for miles beneath the Earth's surface, there dwells a colony of creatures whose relationship with Hagrid the groundskeeper demonstrates both the possibilities and limitations of cross-species friendship based on genuine affection rather than mutual benefit or calculated alliance. The acromantulas, whose webs span clearings like gossamer cathedrals, represent intelligence that operates according to principles entirely foreign to human understanding. consciousness that has evolved along pathways that produced results simultaneously fascinating and terrifying. Aragog, the patriarch of this spider colony, embodied the complex moral dimensions that characterize truly alien intelligence, his genuine affection for Hagrid coexisting with predatory instincts that made him dangerous to every other human who ventured into his territory, demonstrating that friendship between species requires recognition of fundamental differences that cannot be overcome through goodwill alone. His loyalty to Hagrid never extended to other humans, reflecting not hatred, but simple recognition that his nature and theirs were incompatible in ways that made peaceful coexistence impossible. The Acromantula social structure operates according to principles that combine aspects of insect colony organization with individual consciousness and decision-making capability that creates unique forms of collective intelligence, their community decisions emerging through communication methods that incorporate chemical signals, web vibrations, and direct mental contact that allows rapid coordination of group activities while maintaining individual autonomy and personality. Their society represents evolutionary solutions to problems of organization and cooperation that human civilizations have never successfully solved. The territory claimed by Aragog's descendants encompasses portions of the forest where their hunting activities maintain ecological balance through predation that removes sick, weak, and overpopulated animal species, while their web construction creates habitat modifications that benefit numerous smaller creatures. Their environmental impact, demonstrating how intelligent predators can serve positive ecological functions when their populations remain within sustainable limits, and their hunting practices follow natural rather than purely exploitative patterns. The intelligence that Acromantulas display extends far beyond simple predatory cunning into areas of problem-solving and environmental adaptation that require genuine understanding of cause and effect relationships. Their ability to modify hunting strategies based on prey behavior, demonstrating learning capabilities that rival those of more obviously intelligent magical creatures. Their construction techniques, while serving predatory purposes, require engineering knowledge that encompasses structural principles and environmental factors that challenge conventional assumptions about arthropod cognitive limitations. The language abilities that allow Acromantulas to communicate with humans represent remarkable evolutionary development that suggests either magical enhancement of natural capabilities or conscious choice to develop communication skills that serve no obvious survival purpose beyond the intellectual satisfaction of cross-species contact, their conversations revealing thought processes that operate according to logic systems fundamentally different from human reasoning, but no less sophisticated in their own terms. Hagrid's relationship with Aragog demonstrates the kind of interspecies friendship that can develop when individuals from different species recognize and respect each other's essential nature without attempting to change or domesticate characteristics that make such relationships possible. His acceptance of Aragog's predatory nature, allowing genuine affection to coexist with realistic understanding of the limitations that biological imperatives create for cross-species relationships. The reproductive success of Aragog's colony created population pressures that eventually made their presence in the Forbidden Forest unsustainable, their numbers growing beyond the ecosystem's capacity to support them through natural prey, while their territorial expansion brought them into increasing conflict with other forest inhabitants whose survival required access to areas that Acromantula colonization made dangerous for non-spider species, demonstrating how even beneficial predators can become environmental problems when their populations exceed natural balance points. The role that Acromantulas played during the Battle of Hogwarts revealed the extent to which their loyalty was limited to Aragog personally, rather than extending to broader principles or relationships. Their attacks on castle defenders, demonstrating that friendship with one member of a species provides no protection against others, whose interests and loyalties operate according to different priorities and calculations. Their behavior reflecting pragmatic assessment of survival opportunities rather than abstract moral principles. The web architectures that different Acromantula families construct reflect individual and group preferences that suggest aesthetic sensibilities, operating alongside practical considerations, their designs incorporating elements that serve no apparent functional purpose, but enhance the visual and structural complexity of their constructions in ways that indicate appreciation for beauty that operates independently of survival requirements, demonstrating consciousness that encompasses more than mere biological imperative. The hunting techniques that Acromantulas employ reveal tactical sophistication that requires understanding not just of prey behavior, but of forest geography and seasonal patterns that influence animal movement. Their ability to coordinate group hunts, demonstrating communication and planning capabilities that exceed those of most non-magical predators, while their individual hunting skills reflect learning and adaptation that suggests genuine intelligence rather than mere instinctive behavior. The magical resistances that Acromantulas possess protect them against many spells that would be effective against purely natural creatures. Their natural magic resistance combined with size and speed, making them formidable opponents for wizards who underestimate their capabilities or assume that human magical superiority applies equally to all non-human species. Their survival strategies, demonstrating evolutionary adaptations that specifically counter magical threats. At the boundary between life and death, where sorrow takes visible form and the capacity to perceive mortality becomes both gift and burden, there exist creatures whose presence reminds all who encounter them that death, rather than being the opposite of life, represents an integral part of existence's greater pattern. Their ability to be seen only by those who have witnessed the final transition, serving as bridge between the world of ordinary experience and the deeper mysteries that most beings spend their lives avoiding or denying. Thestrals embody the profound truth that some knowledge can only be gained through loss, that certain forms of wisdom become accessible only to those whose innocence has been shattered by direct confrontation with mortality's reality, their skeletal beauty serving as testament to the possibility of finding grace within experiences that seem to offer nothing but endings and emptiness. These remarkable beings transform the experience of witness to death from mere trauma into initiation, into deeper understanding of existence's fundamental patterns. The first glimpse of Thestrals often comes as shock to those who have recently crossed the threshold from innocence into awareness of mortality's reality. Their sudden appearance, where empty air once seemed to exist, creating moments of profound disorientation that force recognition of how much of reality remains invisible to consciousness that has not been prepared through appropriate experience. Harry Potter's discovery of these creatures following Cedric Diggory's death marked his transition from childhood's protected ignorance into adult awareness of mortality's constant presence. Luna Lovegood's casual familiarity with Thestrals, born from her early experience of witnessing her mother's death, demonstrated how tragedy could become integrated into personality in ways that created strength rather than merely inflicting damage. Her acceptance of these creatures, reflecting psychological integration that allowed her to find beauty in aspects of existence that others experienced only as frightening reminders of unwanted truths. Her ability to see them represented not damage but expanded awareness that encompassed realities others preferred to avoid. The Thestral's ability to navigate across vast distances without apparent difficulty suggests understanding of magical geography that operates independently of conventional methods of direction finding. Their flight patterns, indicating perception of magical currents and landmark recognition that allows them to travel efficiently between destinations that might challenge even experienced wizard navigators. Their services to the Order of the Phoenix, demonstrating capabilities that made them invaluable for transportation missions, requiring both speed and stealth. The intelligence that Thestrals display extends far beyond simple beast-level awareness into areas of problem-solving and environmental assessment that require genuine understanding of complex situations and appropriate responses to unusual circumstances. Their behavior during Order missions, revealing decision-making capabilities that allowed them to adapt to unexpected developments while maintaining focus on mission objectives that required both courage and judgment. The feeding habits of Thestrals, while disturbing to many who discover their preference for carrion, reflect natural roles as consumers of death that serve essential ecological functions. Their consumption of deceased creatures preventing disease and contamination, while returning nutrients to forest ecosystems in ways that support new growth and development, demonstrating how death serves life through cycles that most beings prefer not to contemplate, but which represent fundamental aspects of natural processes. The reproduction and family structures of Thestrals remain largely mysterious to human observers. Their mating rituals and child-rearing practices occurring in remote forest locations where their privacy remains protected from curious investigation. What little is known suggesting family bonds that persist across generations and social structures that combine individual autonomy with collective cooperation in ways that ensure both species survival and individual development within supportive community frameworks. The training methods that allow Thestrals to serve as reliable mounts for those who can see them require approaches that acknowledge their intelligence and autonomous decision-making capabilities rather than attempting to impose dominance through force or coercion. Successful Thestral riders developing partnerships based on mutual respect and shared understanding of mission requirements rather than simple master-servant relationships that would be inappropriate for creatures of their sophistication and dignity. The magical properties that make Thestrals particularly suitable for stealth missions extend beyond their visibility limitations to encompass flight capabilities that produce minimal magical disturbance, allowing them to penetrate defensive perimeters and surveillance networks that would detect more conventional magical transportation methods. Their natural abilities, complementing rather than conflicting with concealment magic that their riders might employ for additional security. The symbolism that Thestrals represent within magical culture reflects deep understanding of death's role within life's greater pattern, their presence serving as reminders that mortality, rather than being mere ending, represents transition between different forms of existence. Their ability to bridge the gap between visible and invisible worlds, demonstrating that boundaries between life and death may be more permeable than most consciousness prefers to acknowledge. The seasonal behavior patterns that Thestrals exhibit suggest responses to magical and natural cycles that influence their activity levels and territorial movements. Their migration patterns, reflecting awareness of environmental changes that extend beyond simple weather variations into areas of magical field fluctuation and cosmic influence that affect all forest creatures, but which Thestrals may be particularly sensitive to due to their liminal nature between different states of existence. The conservation status of Thestral populations reflects broader environmental pressures that affect all forest-dwelling magical creatures. Their requirements for undisturbed territory and abundant carrion sources, making them vulnerable to habitat modification and human encroachment that reduces the wild spaces necessary for their continued survival, their protection requiring understanding of ecological relationships that encompass both magical and non-magical environmental factors. The relationship between thestrals and other forest inhabitants demonstrates their integration into complex ecological networks, where their role as carrion consumers provides essential services that benefit numerous other species. Their presence indicating healthy forest ecosystems where natural death and renewal cycles continue to function without artificial interference that might disrupt the delicate balances that maintain biodiversity and magical environmental stability. The forest communities that these diverse creatures form represent one of the most successful examples of multi-species civilization in the magical world. Their ability to coexist despite vastly different biological requirements and cultural traditions, demonstrating principles of mutual respect and territorial recognition that human magical society has never successfully implemented in its own relationships with non-human magical beings. Their examples suggesting possibilities for more equitable and sustainable approaches to sharing magical environments. The wisdom that emerges from forest dwelling extends beyond individual species' capabilities into collective understanding that encompasses entire ecosystems and their relationships to magical forces that operate on scales far larger than any individual creature's immediate concerns. This accumulated knowledge, representing resources that could benefit all magical civilization, if appropriate methods could be developed for cross-species communication and knowledge sharing that respected the autonomy and cultural integrity of all participants. The seasonal cycles that govern forest life create rhythms of activity and rest that connect all forest dwellers to natural patterns that predate magical civilization and continue to influence magical development despite attempts to create artificial environments isolated from natural influences. Their adherence to these cycles, demonstrating integration with cosmic forces that enhance rather than conflict with magical practice when properly understood and respectfully acknowledged. As our exploration of these forest dwellers draws toward its contemplative conclusion, we find ourselves surrounded by the gentle rustle of leaves that carry whispers of ancient wisdom, the soft padding of hoofbeats that mark the passage of centaurs whose knowledge spans millennia, and the nearly inaudible whisper of wings that might belong to creatures visible only to those who have earned the right to perceive mortality's deeper truths. These forest dwellers remind us that consciousness takes forms as varied as the trees themselves, that wisdom grows in the wild places where artificial boundaries dissolve into natural understanding. The centaurs, whose astronomical knowledge connects earthly events to cosmic patterns, offer their protection to our dreams, their understanding of destiny's great movements, ensuring that our rest unfolds according to rhythms that honor both individual need and universal harmony. The acromantulas, whose alien intelligence challenges our assumptions about the nature of consciousness, weave dream webs that capture nightmares, while allowing peaceful visions to pass unimpeded towards sleeping minds that require their protection. The thestrals, whose liminal existence bridges life and death, carry our consciousness gently across the boundary between waking awareness and healing sleep, their wings bearing us toward rest that acknowledges mortality without being paralyzed by fear, their presence transforming the transition from consciousness to dreams into journey rather than mere ending, their skeletal beauty reminding us that what appears frightening often conceals grace beyond ordinary understanding. In the liminal spaces where human consciousness meets forces that defy natural law, where the boundaries between self and other dissolve under pressures that remake identity itself. There dwell beings whose very existence challenges fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness, free will, and the immutable essence that we consider our truest selves. These are the creatures of transformation, beings whose life cycles encompass changes so profound that they blur the distinction between individual identity and collective existence, whose magical nature allows them to transcend the biological limitations that constrain ordinary life to single forms and singular purposes. The phenomenon of transformation within magical existence encompasses far more than simple physical alteration, extending into realms of consciousness and identity that touch upon the deepest mysteries of what it means to be a coherent self in a universe where change represents the only constant and adaptation determines survival. These creatures demonstrate that the boundaries between species, between individual and collective existence, between human and beast consciousness, remain far more permeable than civilized society prefers to acknowledge or understand. The magical transformations that define these beings operate according to principles that challenge every assumption about fixed identity and immutable nature, their existence proving that consciousness itself possesses plasticity that allows for changes so fundamental that they effectively create new forms of being while maintaining threads of continuity that connect what was with what has become. Their stories illuminate the profound costs and unexpected gifts that accompany any genuine transformation, whether chosen freely or imposed by forces beyond individual control. Among all magical afflictions that blur the boundary between human and beast, none carries greater stigma or creates more profound challenges for maintaining human identity than lycanthropy, the curse that transforms its victims into predatory creatures whose hunger and instincts override rational thought and moral restraint, forcing them to confront aspects of their nature that civilized consciousness works desperately to suppress or deny. The monthly cycle of transformation creates lives divided between human awareness and bestial impulse, between the desire to connect with others and the knowledge that such connections place innocence at terrible risk. Remus Lupin embodied the tragic nobility of those who struggle to maintain their humanity, despite being afflicted with a condition that society views as contamination, rather than merely misfortune. His dedication to education and protection of others, demonstrating that moral character can persist even when biological nature has been fundamentally altered by forces beyond personal control. His life represented continuous battle between the civilized self that valued knowledge, compassion, and responsibility, and the beast that emerged each month to destroy everything those values sought to protect and preserve. The childhood attack that infected Lupin with lycanthropy came as punishment for his father's opposition to werewolf rights. Fenrir Greyback's deliberate targeting of children representing the most vicious aspect of lycanthropic existence. The transformation of innocent victims into creatures that society would forever view as potential threats, rather than persons deserving compassion and support. The cycle of infection and rejection that characterized werewolf existence created communities of the damned, beings whose transformation isolated them from normal society while binding them to others who shared their curse. The physical transformation that occurs during each full moon represents one of the most traumatic experiences possible within magical existence, as the victim's consciousness remains partially aware, while their body undergoes changes that cause excruciating pain, and their mind succumbs to instincts that prioritize hunting and feeding above every consideration that defines civilized behavior. The process strips away layers of human identity to reveal predatory nature that exists beneath social conditioning, forcing confrontation with aspects of existence that most people never acknowledge within themselves. The psychological impact of lycanthropy extends far beyond the monthly transformation to encompass the daily challenge of maintaining human relationships while carrying the knowledge that one's very nature poses mortal danger to everyone encountered, the weight of potential harm creating emotional barriers that make genuine intimacy nearly impossible to achieve or sustain. Lupin's isolation reflected not just social prejudice, but his own realistic assessment of the risks that his condition created for anyone who might become close to him. The wolfsbane potion that allowed lycanthropes to retain human consciousness during transformation represented one of the most significant breakthroughs in magical medicine, providing hope for integration into society that had previously been impossible for those afflicted with this curse. However, the potion's complexity, expense, and unpleasant effects made it inaccessible to most werewolves, creating divisions within lycanthrope communities between those who could afford treatment and those condemned to continue experiencing full bestial transformation. The social prejudice that werewolves faced in magical society reflected fears that extended beyond rational concern for safety into realms of superstition and disgust that prevented recognition of their humanity and rights, employment discrimination that forced most lycanthropes into poverty, making their integration into civilized society increasingly difficult while pushing them toward communities where their condition was more accepted, but where positive role models and social support were often lacking. Fenrir Greyback represented the darkest possibility of lycanthropic existence. His embrace of bestial nature and rejection of human moral restraint, transforming him into predator who used his condition as weapon rather than struggling against its limitations. His deliberate infection of children and alliance with Voldemort's forces demonstrating how lycanthropy could become a tool of terrorism when wielded by consciousness that had abandoned attempts to maintain humanity. The recruitment strategies that Greyback employed revealed sophisticated understanding of werewolf psychology and social dynamics. His promises of acceptance and pack solidarity, appealing to lycanthropes who had been rejected by human society, while his methods of creating new werewolves ensured steady supply of potential followers whose desperate need for community made them vulnerable to manipulation by those who offered, belonging at the cost of moral compromise. The pack dynamics that emerged within werewolf communities reflected both human social structures and lupine hierarchies, creating unique forms of organization that combined rational planning with instinctive dominance patterns. Their effectiveness in survival situations demonstrating that lycanthropic communities possessed advantages that purely human or purely wolf societies could not achieve, even as these same dynamics created internal conflicts that prevented stable long-term development. The treatment of lycanthropy through magical medicine remained limited by fundamental lack of understanding about the curse's magical mechanisms, most healing efforts focusing on symptom management rather than cure development. The complexity of the magical alterations that lycanthropy caused, making reversal extremely difficult, if not impossible, with existing magical knowledge and techniques. The legal status of werewolves in magical society reflected broader tensions about how to balance public safety with individual rights, registration requirements, and employment restrictions, creating systems of control that many viewed as necessary precautions, while others considered them discriminatory policies that perpetuated the social isolation that made lycanthropes vulnerable to recruitment by extremist elements who exploited their desperation and resentment. The educational opportunities available to lycanthrope children remained severely limited by social prejudice and practical concerns about safety, most magical schools refusing admission to students with lycanthropy, while alternative educational programs were virtually non-existent, creating cycles of ignorance and social exclusion. that made integration into mainstream magical society increasingly unlikely for each successive generation. Tonks's relationship with Lupin during the final war demonstrated that genuine love could transcend even the barriers created by lycanthropy. Her acceptance of his condition and willingness to share the risks that his transformation created, proving that human connection remained possible, even for those whose nature seemed to make such relationships impossibly dangerous. Their partnership offering hope that social attitudes toward lycanthropes could eventually evolve toward greater acceptance and understanding. The military applications of lycanthropic abilities during both wars revealed strategic advantages that transformation could provide in combat situations. Werewolf enhanced strength, speed, and sensory capabilities, making them formidable opponents, while their pack coordination abilities allowed for tactical effectiveness that purely human forces struggled to counter. Their involvement in conflicts demonstrating both their potential value as allies and their terrible effectiveness as enemies. The children of lycanthropes faced unique challenges in magical society, their potential inheritance of their parents' condition, creating uncertainty about their future, while social stigma affected their opportunities. Regardless of whether they actually developed lycanthropy, the fear and prejudice that surrounded the condition extending to family members who might never experience transformation but remained forever associated with its stigma. The research into lycanthropy's magical mechanisms continued to reveal complex interactions between curse magic and human physiology that challenged existing understanding of how magical afflictions operated. The condition's persistence across generations and resistance to conventional healing methods, suggesting that lycanthropy represented permanent alteration of magical essence rather than simple curse that could be lifted through appropriate counterspells or magical intervention. In the shadowed realm, where individual identity becomes fluid and consciousness learns to inhabit multiple forms, there exist magical practitioners whose voluntary transformation abilities allow them to explore the boundaries between human and animal existence without losing essential aspects of their human identity. Their mastery of animagus magic, representing one of the most sophisticated forms of transfiguration magic, while creating opportunities for perspectives and experiences that single-form existence cannot provide. The animagus transformation represents voluntary mastery over physical form that allows consciousness to experience existence from radically different biological perspectives, while maintaining essential human identity and moral framework. The process requiring years of dedicated study and practice that few wizards possess the patience and skill to complete successfully, making registered animagi among the rarest individuals in magical society. Professor McGonagall's ability to transform into a tabby cat provided advantages for both teaching and security work that her human form could not achieve, her feline senses and mobility allowing her to gather information and monitor situations with stealth that conventional surveillance methods could not match. Her mastery of the transformation so complete that she could maintain it for extended periods without experiencing the psychological strain that affected less accomplished practitioners. The registration requirements for animagi reflected ministry concerns about the potential for abuse of transformation abilities, the capacity to assume animal form, providing opportunities for espionage, illegal activity, and evasion of magical detection that made government oversight seem necessary, though the complexity of achieving animagus status meant that most practitioners were highly skilled wizards whose abilities posed primarily theoretical rather than practical threats to social order. James Potter's stag animagus form revealed personality characteristics that remained consistent across his transformations, the noble bearing and protective instincts that defined his human character expressing themselves through his animal shape in ways that demonstrated fundamental continuity of identity despite radical physical alteration. His ability to use this form to assist Lupin during his werewolf transformations, showing how voluntary transformation could serve purposes of compassion and friendship. Sirius Black's large dog form provided him with survival advantages during his years as fugitive that human shape could never have offered. His ability to blend into natural environments while maintaining human intelligence and planning capabilities, allowing him to evade capture by authorities who were searching for human escapee rather than considering the possibility of voluntary animal transformation. His animagus ability proving crucial to his survival and eventual reunion with those who understood his innocence. Peter Pettigrew's rat form enabled betrayals and deceptions that his human identity could never have accomplished. His ability to assume inconspicuous animal shape, allowing him to spy on former friends while appearing to be nothing more than harmless pet. His transformation abilities serving purposes of cowardice and treachery that demonstrated how even beneficial magical abilities could be corrupted when wielded by individuals whose moral compass had been compromised by fear and self-interest. Rita Skeeter's beetle animagus form provided her with journalistic advantages that violated both privacy rights and professional ethics. Her ability to infiltrate private spaces and conversations while appearing to be merely an insect, allowing her to gather information that would otherwise be impossible to obtain. Her unregistered status reflecting deliberate choice to use transformation abilities for illegal purposes rather than accepting legitimate oversight of potentially dangerous capabilities. The psychological challenges associated with maintaining human consciousness while experiencing animal sensory input and instinctive responses required mental discipline that few individuals possessed. Successful animagi, developing techniques for preserving human judgment and moral framework, while allowing themselves to experience animal perspectives that could provide valuable insights and capabilities. The balance between human and animal consciousness, representing one of the most complex aspects of transformation magic. The animal forms that manifested during successful animagus transformation reflected deep aspects of personality and character that might not be obvious in human interaction. The process revealing inner nature in ways that conventional psychological analysis could not achieve, practitioners often discovering aspects of their own identity through their animal forms that provided new understanding of their motivations, strengths, and fundamental character traits. The training process required for achieving animagus transformation involved meditation and self-discovery techniques that challenged practitioners to understand themselves at levels far deeper than most individuals ever attempted. The magical processes requiring complete honesty about one's nature and identity, while developing control over fundamental aspects of consciousness and physical existence. The preparation period often revealing unsuspected limitations and capabilities. The magical theory underlying animagus transformation remained imperfectly understood even by those who successfully mastered the technique. The process requiring intuitive understanding of relationships between consciousness and physical form that exceeded current theoretical frameworks. Successful practitioners, often unable to explain precisely how they achieve transformation or to teach others through purely intellectual approaches rather than experiential learning. The detection methods available to identify animagi relied primarily on magical signatures that remained constant across transformations. Though skilled practitioners could minimize these traces through careful preparation and timing, the challenge of identifying unregistered animagi, requiring investigative techniques that combined magical detection with behavioral analysis and careful observation of suspicious circumstances. The healing applications of animagus abilities remained largely unexplored due to the rarity of practitioners and the complexity of medical research involving transformation magic, though some evidence suggested that voluntary shape-changing might provide insights into healing techniques that worked by temporarily altering patient physiology rather than simply treating symptoms. The potential for therapeutic transformation representing area of magical medicine that deserved greater investigation and development. In the darkest chapter of transformation magic, where curse and consciousness merged into beings that served purposes beyond their own choosing, there existed a creature whose tragic nature embodied every horror that magical transformation could inflict upon human identity, her existence representing the ultimate corruption of both human potential and magical knowledge in service of evil that recognized no boundaries between the sacred and the profane. Nagini's transformation from human witch to serpentine vessel for Voldemort's soul fragment represented one of the most complete destructions of human identity ever documented. Her maledictus curse stripping away not just physical form, but essential aspects of personality and autonomy, until she became little more than extension of the Dark Lord's will, her story serving as warning about the ultimate consequences of magical curses that operate beyond the reach of healing or redemption. The maledictus curse that afflicted Nagini belonged to a category of magical afflictions so rare and poorly understood that most healers had never encountered cases requiring treatment. The hereditary nature of the curse passing through family bloodlines while remaining dormant until triggered by circumstances that magical medicine could neither predict nor prevent, victims typically unaware of their condition until transformation began and rendered intervention impossible. The gradual loss of human consciousness that accompanied Nagini's physical transformation represented psychological destruction that exceeded even the horrors of lycanthropy. Her awareness slowly subsumed by serpentine instincts, while her capacity for human emotion and moral reasoning disappeared beneath predatory drives that served Voldemort's purposes, while obliterating everything that had once made her a person deserving of compassion and protection. The use of Nagini as Horcrux vessel demonstrated Voldemort's willingness to corrupt any being for his purposes. His insertion of soul fragment into her already compromised consciousness, completing her transformation from victim of curse into active participant in evil, her role as both weapon and safeguard for his immortality, reflecting his complete disregard for the autonomy and dignity of any consciousness other than his own. The murders that Nagini committed under Voldemort's direction represented ultimate perversion of her original nature, her attacks on Charity Burbage, Severus Snape, and others demonstrating how completely her transformation had erased moral restraint and human empathy. Her efficiency as killer, reflecting not just serpentine capabilities but magical enhancements that made her more deadly than any natural snake could ever become. The psychological bond that developed between Nagini and Voldemort exceeded normal relationships between wizard and magical creature, their connection operating through shared magical essence that allowed direct mental communication and emotional resonance. Her loyalty stemming not from affection or training, but from magical compulsion that made resistance impossible, and independent thought increasingly difficult to maintain. The protective instincts that Nagini displayed toward Voldemort reflected magical programming rather than natural behavior, her willingness to attack anyone who threatened her master, demonstrating how completely her serpentine nature had been shaped to serve his purposes, her reactions driven by magical compulsions that overrode any vestige of human moral reasoning that might have survived her transformation. The venom that Nagini secreted possessed magical properties that exceeded those of natural serpents, her bite carrying not just physical poison, but magical contamination that interfered with healing spells and created wounds that resisted conventional treatment. her enhanced capabilities reflecting Voldemort's magical influence and the corrupted nature of her transformed physiology. The intelligence that Nagini retained from her human existence allowed her to serve purposes that purely animal familiars could not fulfill. Her understanding of human psychology and behavior making her more effective as spy and assassin, while her serpentine form provided concealment and access that human agents could not achieve. Her dual nature, creating capabilities that served Voldemort's strategic purposes while representing ultimate violation of her original identity. The prophetic connection between Nagini and Harry Potter, through their shared link to Voldemort's consciousness, created windows of perception that allowed Harry to witness events through her perspective, these visions providing crucial intelligence while subjecting him to psychological contamination that reflected her corrupted nature, the mental contact demonstrating dangers inherent in any connection to consciousness that had been fundamentally altered by dark magic. The destruction of Nagini by Neville Longbottom using the Sword of Gryffindor represented not just elimination of final Horcrux, but liberation of consciousness that had been imprisoned within corrupted form for years, her death serving purposes of both tactical necessity and moral mercy, freeing whatever remained of her original identity from servitude that had lasted far beyond any reasonable hope of redemption or recovery. The conservation implications of maledictus curses remained largely theoretical due to their rarity, though some magical theorists suggested that understanding the mechanisms behind such transformations might provide insights into voluntary, shape-changing magic and healing techniques that could benefit broader magical medicine. The ethical challenges of researching such dangerous magic making comprehensive study unlikely, despite potential applications. The family bloodlines that carried maledictus curses faced difficult choices about reproduction and genetic counseling. The hereditary nature of such afflictions, creating moral dilemmas about whether affected individuals should risk passing the curse to future generations. The lack of reliable prediction methods making family planning decisions particularly challenging for those who carried such dangerous magical heritage. The support systems available for individuals affected by rare transformation curses remained virtually non-existent in most magical communities. The combination of social stigma and medical ignorance, creating isolation that made coping with such conditions even more difficult. Affected individuals typically facing their challenges alone while their families struggled to understand conditions that conventional magical knowledge could neither explain nor treat effectively. The research into curse reversal and magical transformation remained one of the most challenging areas of magical medicine. The complexity of alterations that such magic created in both physical and magical aspects of victims making treatment development extremely difficult. Most healing efforts focusing on symptom management and psychological support rather than attempting to reverse changes that appeared to be permanent and irreversible. As our exploration of these creatures of transformation draws toward its contemplative conclusion, we find ourselves confronted with profound questions about the nature of identity, the boundaries of consciousness, and the prices that change exacts from those who experience it voluntarily or find it imposed upon them by forces beyond their control. These beings remind us that the self we consider fixed and permanent represents only one possibility among many, that consciousness possesses flexibility that can be both liberation and curse depending upon the circumstances that shape its expression. The werewolves whose monthly transformations challenge the boundary between human and beast offer protection to our dreams. Their struggle to maintain humanity despite bestial nature, inspiring recognition that moral choice remains possible, even when circumstances seem to eliminate all options. Their presence in sleep ensuring that our own transformations through rest and renewal unfold according to principles that honor both change and continuity. The Animagi whose voluntary transformations expand the possibilities of consciousness, provide guidance through dream realms, where identity becomes fluid and perspective shifts with the changing landscape of sleep. Their mastery of multiple forms, ensuring that our unconscious minds remain flexible enough to accommodate whatever insights and experiences rest might bring. Their protection, allowing safe exploration of aspects of existence that waking consciousness rarely encounters. The tragic figures whose transformations represent loss and corruption serve as guardians against the nightmares that might otherwise intrude upon peaceful rest, their sacrifice ensuring that the prices of change, when paid willingly or unwillingly, create wisdom that protects rather than merely destroying, their presence transforming even the most difficult dreams into opportunities for growth and understanding that dawn will reveal as gifts rather than burdens. In the gentle transition from waking identity to the fluid consciousness of sleep, these creatures of transformation offer their hard-won wisdom, their experience of change, serving as bridge between the fixed self of daily life and the infinite possibilities that exist within dream consciousness. Their protection, ensuring that rest becomes renewal rather than mere unconsciousness, transformation rather than simple ending, journey rather than pause in existence that seeks always to become more than it has been while honoring everything it has learned to be. In the shadowed corners of magical existence, where laughter mingles with terror and harmless mischief transforms without warning into genuine danger, there dwell creatures whose very nature embodies the unpredictable essence of magic itself, beings whose playful appearances mask capabilities that can shift from amusing entertainment to mortal peril with the capriciousness of forces that recognize no boundary between jest and catastrophe. These are the tricksters and troublemakers, whose presence in the magical world serves as constant reminder that even the most familiar environments harbor surprises that can challenge every assumption about safety, predictability, and the reliable nature of reality itself. The creatures that populate this realm of magical mischief operate according to principles that defy conventional understanding of motivation and behavior, their actions driven by impulses that blend genuine playfulness with alien perspectives on consequence and responsibility, creating interactions with human consciousness that reveal fundamental differences in how various forms of magical intelligence perceive the relationships between action and outcome, intention and effect, harmless fun, and serious disruption of ordered existence. These beings challenge the comfortable assumptions that allow civilized society to function by introducing elements of chaos and unpredictability. That force recognition of how fragile the structures of normal life truly are, their interventions serving as tests of adaptability and reminders that magic itself contains aspects that resist domestication, categorization, or controlled by even the most sophisticated theoretical understanding or practical experience. Among all magical creatures that exist at the intersection between beneficial entertainment and dangerous disruption, none presents more complex psychological challenges or reveals more profound truths about the nature of fear itself than the boggart, whose shape-shifting abilities create encounters that strip away protective illusions and force direct confrontation with the deepest anxieties that consciousness works constantly to suppress or deny. These remarkable beings serve as living mirrors that reflect not what we are, but what we most desperately wish to avoid becoming or experiencing. The boggart's fundamental nature, as creature without fixed form, represents one of the most fascinating examples of magical consciousness that exists primarily in relationship to other forms of awareness, their identity completely dependent upon the fears and anxieties of those who encounter them, making them perhaps the most psychologically intimate of all magical creatures despite their alien nature and potentially harmful capabilities. They embody the principle that fear itself possesses power sufficient to give shape to reality, demonstrating how psychological states can influence physical manifestation in ways that conventional understanding of mind-matter relationships cannot adequately explain. The habitat preferences that draw boggarts to dark, enclosed spaces reflect their parasitic relationship with human consciousness, their tendency to inhabit closets, cabinets, and other storage areas where they remain concealed until discovery forces them to manifest. Whatever fears their presence evokes, their hiding places, chosen specifically for the psychological impact that unexpected emergence from familiar domestic spaces can achieve. The violation of safe, private areas by creatures that embody personal terror creates trauma that extends far beyond simple startlement into realms of profound psychological disruption. Professor Lupin's use of boggarts in defense against the dark arts instruction represented one of the most psychologically sophisticated approaches to magical education ever documented. His understanding that confronting fear in controlled circumstances could provide immunity against its power in genuine emergency situations, demonstrating pedagogical insight that extended far beyond conventional academic instruction into areas of psychological preparation that formal curriculum typically avoided or ignored. The ridiculous charm that serves as primary defense against boggart attacks operates through psychological principles rather than conventional magical force. The spell's effectiveness, depending entirely upon the caster's ability to genuinely find humor in circumstances that naturally evoke terror, requiring emotional transformation that goes beyond simple spell casting into areas of personal psychological work that makes magical defense inseparable from emotional development and self-understanding. Harry Potter's particular vulnerability to boggarts stemmed from the intensity and specificity of his trauma-based fears. His encounters with these creatures, revealing how deeply his experiences with dementors had affected his psychological landscape, while demonstrating that even the most courageous individuals carry anxieties that can be weaponized against them by creatures sophisticated enough to read and manipulate, emotional vulnerabilities that their targets might not consciously recognize. The group lesson that Lupin conducted with his third-year students revealed the remarkable diversity of human fears and the ways that individual psychological makeup influences how terror manifests in conscious experience. Each student's boggart taking forms that reflected not just immediate concerns but deep-seated anxieties about identity, competence, and social acceptance that adolescent development makes particularly acute and difficult to manage through rational analysis alone. Neville Longbottom's confrontation with a boggart that took the form of Professor Snape demonstrated how authority figures could become sources of terror that exceeded rational assessment of actual danger. His successful use of the ridiculous charm to transform his tormentor into a figure of ridicule, providing therapeutic benefits that extended far beyond the classroom exercise into areas of personal empowerment and psychological healing that conventional educational methods rarely achieved. The boggart's response to multiple observers creates fascinating questions about how these creatures process conflicting psychological inputs. Their apparent confusion when faced with group audiences, suggesting that their shape-shifting abilities operate through magical mechanisms that require clear, unambiguous fear signals to function effectively. Multiple conflicting terror sources, creating conditions where their fundamental nature becomes unstable and potentially vulnerable to exploitation. The true form of boggarts remains unknown because their essential nature depends upon being observed, creating philosophical paradoxes about identity and existence that challenge fundamental assumptions about consciousness and reality. Their inability to exist independently of external perception raising questions about whether they represent genuine creatures or magical phenomena that achieve creature-like characteristics through interaction with human, psychological states and environmental conditions. The magical theory underlying boggart transformation suggests that fear itself possesses creative power sufficient to generate physical manifestation, their abilities indicating that emotional states can influence reality in ways that exceed conventional understanding of how psychological and magical forces interact, their existence proving that subjective experience can become objective reality when mediated through appropriate magical conditions and environmental factors. The breeding and life cycle of boggarts remain largely mysterious due to the impossibility of observing them in their natural state. What little is known, suggesting that they reproduce through methods that involve psychological rather than purely biological processes. Their offspring, apparently emerging from accumulations of fear and anxiety that reach sufficient intensity to generate new consciousness capable of independent existence and continued shape-shifting activities. The therapeutic applications of controlled boggart encounters have been explored by magical psychologists seeking to develop treatment methods for phobias and trauma-related disorders. The creature's ability to provide safe exposure to feared stimuli under controlled conditions, offering potential benefits for patients whose anxieties might otherwise require years of conventional treatment to address, though the risks associated with such experimental therapy remain significant enough to limit widespread adoption. The detection methods available for identifying boggart presence rely primarily on psychological rather than magical indicators. Their hiding place is often revealed by unexplained anxiety or emotional distress experienced by individuals who enter areas where these creatures have taken up residence. Their influence on local psychological environments, extending beyond direct encounters to encompass subtle alterations in mood and emotional stability that sensitive individuals might notice before actual manifestation occurs. The relationship between boggarts and other fear-inducing magical creatures remains complex and poorly understood. Their interactions with dementors and similar beings, suggesting either competition for similar psychological resources or possible symbiotic relationships that allow different types of terror-inducing creatures to coexist while specializing in different aspects of fear generation and psychological manipulation that serve their respective survival and reproductive needs. In the realm of apparently harmless magical creatures, whose mischievous nature masks capabilities for genuine disruption and potential danger, few beings better exemplify the principle that size and appearance provide unreliable indicators of actual threat level than the Cornish pixies, whose electric blue forms and diminutive stature conceal strength and coordinated destructive capabilities that can overwhelm even experienced wizards who underestimate their collective power and sophisticated group tactics. Cornish pixies represent one of the most successful examples of small magical creatures whose survival strategy depends upon causing maximum disruption through coordinated group activities. Their ability to work together in large numbers, transforming individual weakness into collective strength that can challenge opponents many times their size, while their natural flight capabilities and supernatural lifting strength create tactical advantages that ground-based defenders struggle to counter effectively. The infamous classroom incident involving Gilderoy Lockhart's disastrous attempt to demonstrate proper handling of dangerous, magical creatures revealed both the pixies' formidable capabilities and the consequences of approaching potentially dangerous situations with inadequate preparation and overconfidence in one's abilities The chaos that ensued when an entire cage of pixies was released, simultaneously demonstrating how quickly controlled educational exercises could deteriorate into genuine emergency situations, requiring immediate intervention. The pixies' immediate response to their liberation from confinement showed remarkable coordination and tactical sophistication. Their attacks, targeting not just human occupants but classroom infrastructure and educational materials, in ways that suggested understanding of how to create maximum disruption and prevent effective counter-responses, their behavior indicating intelligence that extended beyond simple mischief into areas of strategic planning and environmental manipulation. Neville Longbottom's experience of being lifted and suspended from a chandelier by pixie cooperation demonstrated their remarkable strength when working collectively, their ability to manipulate objects and individuals, many times their combined weight, suggesting magical enhancement of physical capabilities that operates through group coordination rather than individual power, their teamwork creating effects that exceed the sum of their individual abilities. The pixies' apparent delight in causing chaos and destruction reflects psychological characteristics that prioritize disruption for its own sake, rather than pursuing specific goals or objectives, their behavior suggesting that they derive satisfaction from interfering with ordered activities and creating confusion in structured environments, making them particularly dangerous in settings like schools where educational activities require concentration and environmental stability. The challenge of containing pixies once they have been released into an environment where they can use their flight capabilities and group coordination effectively demonstrates why these creatures are classified as potentially dangerous. Despite their relatively harmless appearance, their ability to evade capture while continuing destructive activities, making them persistent problems that require specialized knowledge and equipment to address successfully. Hermione Granger's successful use of the Immobilis charm to freeze the pixies in mid-flight provided demonstration of how appropriate magical responses could neutralize their advantages, her quick thinking and precise spellcasting, showing that pixie infestations could be controlled when faced with competent magical intervention, though the effectiveness of such methods depends entirely upon the skill and preparation of the individual attempting to manage the situation. The pixies' natural habitat in Cornwall and similar regions reflects their preference for environments that provide both hiding places and opportunities for mischief. Their traditional association with rural areas where their activities might cause inconvenience rather than genuine danger, suggesting that their disruptive behavior serves natural functions in wild settings that become problematic only when they encounter structured human activities and controlled environments. The magical properties that allow pixies to achieve their remarkable lifting capabilities operate through principles that conventional magical theory struggles to explain. Their ability to manipulate physical forces that should exceed their capacity, suggesting that group magical activities can create effects that individual casting cannot achieve. Their coordination, demonstrating collective, magical phenomena that deserve greater research attention from magical theorists. The seasonal behavior patterns exhibited by pixie populations indicate responses to environmental factors that extend beyond simple weather variations into areas of magical field fluctuation and cosmic influence, their activity levels varying according to cycles that affect all small magical creatures, but which pixies may be particularly sensitive to due to their group-oriented magical abilities and their dependence upon collective action for action. Survival. The conservation status of Cornish pixie populations reflects broader environmental pressures that affect many small magical creatures. Their requirements for undisturbed nesting areas and abundant food sources, making them vulnerable to habitat destruction and human encroachment. though their adaptability and reproductive success have allowed them to maintain stable populations in areas where other small magical creatures have experienced significant decline. The relationship between pixies and human magical communities remains largely antagonistic due to their natural tendency to cause disruption in organized environments. Though some magical households have reported successful coexistence when pixie activities are channeled toward tasks that utilize their lifting capabilities and coordination, while minimizing opportunities for destructive mischief that serves no beneficial purpose. In the unique category of magical beings that exists somewhere between creature and phenomenon, neither fully alive nor completely inanimate, there exists a singular entity whose relationship with Hogwarts School demonstrates the complex dynamics that can develop between institutions and the disruptive forces that they must learn to accommodate rather than eliminate. Peeves the Poltergeist represents chaos given consciousness, mischief elevated to an art form, and the eternal struggle between order and disruption that characterizes all attempts to create structured environments within magical contexts. Peeves embodies the principle that some forms of magical consciousness emerge from places and circumstances, rather than biological processes, his existence apparently tied to Hogwarts itself, rather than operating as independent creature that chose the castle as habitat, making him both part of the school's essential character and persistent challenge to its educational mission and administrative authority. The longevity of Peeves's residence at Hogwarts suggests that his presence serves purposes that extend beyond simple disruption, his activities providing necessary balance to institutional rigidity, while testing the adaptability and problem-solving capabilities of students and staff who must learn to function effectively. Despite his persistent interference, his role in school life, creating educational opportunities that formal curriculum could never provide. The poltergeist's ability to manipulate physical objects without possessing material form demonstrates magical capabilities that operate according to principles entirely foreign to conventional spellcasting. His effects on the material world suggesting consciousness that can influence reality through will alone. His activities requiring no wands or incantations, but responding directly to emotional impulses and strategic calculations. The relationship between Peeves and nearly headless Nick reveals complex social dynamics within the castle's non-living population, their interactions demonstrating that different forms of post-mortal consciousness can develop sophisticated relationships based on mutual respect and shared understanding, despite fundamental differences in their nature and capabilities. Their cooperation during times of crisis, showing that institutional loyalty can transcend individual characteristics. The restrictions that govern Peeves's activities within the castle reflect centuries of negotiation and boundary setting between school administration and a force that cannot be eliminated but must be managed. His apparent willingness to observe certain limitations, suggesting intelligence and even consideration for the institution that provides him with both purpose and playground, though his interpretation of agreements tends toward creative expansion rather than conservative compliance. The students' varying responses to Peeves reveal different approaches to dealing with unpredictable and potentially disruptive forces. Those who attempt to ignore him often becoming his preferred targets, while others who engage with his antics on their own terms sometimes achieve temporary truces that allow for peaceful coexistence, the interactions teaching valuable lessons about adapting to circumstances that cannot be controlled through conventional methods. The Weasley twins' relationship with Peeves during their dramatic departure from Hogwarts demonstrated the poltergeist's capacity for recognizing and appreciating kindred spirits, whose approach to rule-breaking and creative disruption aligned with his own philosophical principles. His farewell salute to their rebellion showing that his mischief could serve purposes beyond mere chaos when directed toward targets that deserved such treatment. The poltergeist's behavior during times of crisis, particularly his cooperation during the Battle of Hogwarts, revealed hidden depths of loyalty and protective instinct that his normal activities rarely displayed. His attacks on invading Death Eaters, demonstrating that his connection to the school extended beyond mere mischief into genuine concern for its survival and the welfare of those who belonged there. The magical theory surrounding poltergeist manifestation suggests that these beings emerge from accumulations of emotional energy and psychic disturbance that achieve sufficient intensity to generate independent consciousness. Peeves's particular characteristics reflecting the chaotic energy that naturally accumulates in any institution where large numbers of adolescents learn to control powerful magical abilities while navigating complex social relationships. The attempts to banish or eliminate Peeves throughout the school's history have consistently failed due to his fundamental connection to the castle's magical essence, his existence apparently integrated into the building's magical infrastructure in ways that make his removal impossible without causing damage to the entire educational environment. His persistence demonstrating that some problems must be managed rather than solved. The educational value that Peeves inadvertently provides extends beyond simple character building through adversity into areas of practical magical training. His unpredictable appearances and disruptive activities, creating situations where students must respond quickly and creatively to unexpected challenges. His presence, ensuring that Hogwarts graduates possess adaptability and composure that more structured educational environments could never develop. The poltergeist's apparent immortality raises questions about the nature of consciousness and existence that challenge conventional understanding of life and death. His continuous presence across centuries, suggesting that some forms of awareness can achieve permanence through integration with larger magical systems, his existence proving that individual identity can persist indefinitely when properly anchored to environmental sources of magical energy. The relationship between Peeves and the castle's other magical protections creates complex interactions that enhance overall security through unpredictability, his activities making it difficult for intruders to predict environmental conditions, while his loyalty during genuine threats adds an additional layer of defense that enemies cannot anticipate or prepare for. His chaos serving protective functions that organized security measures might not achieve. The psychological impact that Peeves has on the school community extends far beyond simple annoyance into areas of character development and stress management, his presence teaching students and staff to maintain composure and effectiveness despite ongoing disruption, his activities serving as inadvertent preparation for dealing with unpredictable situations that they will inevitably encounter in their professional and personal lives outside the protective environment of educational institutions. The folklore and legends that have grown around Peeves's activities demonstrate how persistent magical phenomena become integrated into cultural traditions and institutional identity, his exploits entering school mythology in ways that connect current students to centuries of shared experience. His presence providing continuity that transcends individual generations while creating common ground for understanding the school's unique character and traditions. As our exploration of these tricksters and troublemakers draws toward its contemplative conclusion, we find ourselves surrounded by the echoes of mischievous laughter that carries undertones of ancient wisdom, the whisper of wings that might belong to creatures whose size disguises their genuine power, and the subtle shifts in atmosphere that indicate the presence of consciousness that exists beyond the boundaries of conventional form and substance. These beings remind us that magic itself contains aspects that resist control and categorization, forces that serve essential functions precisely because they cannot be completely tamed or predicted. The boggarts, whose shape-shifting nature forces confrontation with hidden fears, offer their protection to our dreams by transforming terror into understanding, their presence in sleep, ensuring that the anxieties and worries that plague waking consciousness become opportunities for growth and self-discovery, rather than sources of paralysis and limitation. Their gift teaching us that what we most fear often contains lessons we most need to learn. The pixies, whose collective mischief demonstrates the power of cooperation in achieving seemingly impossible tasks, provide energy for dreams that require creativity and persistence to resolve, their chaotic activities transforming into positive forces that help sleeping minds work through problems that require innovative solutions and unconventional approaches, their disruptive nature becoming constructive force that breaks through limitations and opens new possibilities. The poltergeists, whose eternal mischief connects us to traditions that span centuries, offer continuity to our rest, their presence ensuring that sleep becomes part of a larger story that extends far beyond individual existence. Their activities weaving our dreams into patterns that honor both change and tradition, innovation and respect for established wisdom, personal growth and communal belonging. In the gentle transition from waking order to the creative chaos of dreams, these tricksters and troublemakers become allies whose apparent disruption serves purposes of renewal and discovery, their mischief transforming into magic that allows consciousness to explore possibilities that structured thinking could never encompass, their protection ensuring that rest becomes adventure rather than mere unconsciousness, journey rather than simple pause in existence. In the realm where majesty meets respect and power requires acknowledgement of dignity that transcends species boundaries, where ancient codes of honor govern interactions between beings whose capabilities exceed those of most wizards, while their pride demands recognition that few humans have learned to provide, there dwell creatures whose relationships with magical civilization demonstrate both the possibilities for genuine partnership and the tragic consequences that arise when superiority assumes the right to dominate rather than the obligation to protect and serve. These are the guardians and giants whose presence in the magical world challenges every assumption about size, strength, and the correlation between physical capability and moral worth. Beings whose stories illuminate fundamental questions about how power should be exercised, how differences in ability create responsibilities rather than privileges, and how genuine respect must be earned through conduct that honors the dignity of all conscious beings, regardless of their species, appearance, or conformity to human expectations about acceptable behavior and social integration. The creatures that populate this realm of magnificent scale and complex moral dynamics operate according to principles that combine physical capabilities with ethical frameworks that often exceed human understanding in their sophistication and consistency, their actions guided by codes of conduct that have been refined through centuries of experience, with the consequences of both honorable and dishonorable behavior. Their examples providing lessons about the proper relationship between power and responsibility that magical civilization desperately needs to learn. Among all magical creatures that embody the principle that respect must be earned rather than demanded, none represents more perfectly the synthesis of pride, intelligence, and conditional cooperation than the hippogriff, whose eagle head and equine body symbolize the union of celestial aspiration and earthbound strength that characterizes the noblest forms of magical consciousness. These magnificent beings require acknowledgement of their dignity as the prerequisite for any positive interaction, their protocols serving as lessons in proper conduct that extend far beyond simple creature handling into areas of fundamental ethics and interpersonal respect. The hippogriff's demanding nature regarding protocol and recognition reflects not arrogance but wisdom earned through centuries of interaction with beings who assume that physical dominance or magical capability grants permission to ignore the courtesies that make civilized interaction possible. Their insistence upon appropriate approach, rituals serving protective functions that prevent misunderstandings while testing the character and intentions of those who seek their cooperation or companionship. Buckbeak's introduction during Hagrid's first Care of Magical Creatures class provided perfect demonstration of how hippogriff psychology operates, his initial wariness giving way to acceptance when Harry Potter approached with appropriate humility and respect. The successful interaction proving that these creatures respond positively to genuine recognition of their autonomy and dignity while remaining suspicious of those who attempt to establish dominance through force or intimidation rather than earning cooperation through demonstrated worthiness. The bowing ritual that precedes safe hippogriff interaction represents more than simple custom, but serves as psychological assessment that allows these intelligent creatures to evaluate the character and intentions of potential partners. Their decision to return the bow, indicating not submission but acknowledgement of mutual respect that makes positive interaction possible, their refusal to bow serving as clear signal that the approach has been inappropriate and potentially dangerous. Harry Potter's successful flight with Buckbeak demonstrated the remarkable capabilities that become available when hippogriff cooperation is properly earned, their aerial abilities exceeding those of most magical transportation methods, while their intelligence allows them to navigate complex routes and respond to changing circumstances with judgment that rivals human decision-making, their partnership creating possibilities that neither human nor hippogriff could achieve independently. The tragic incident involving Draco Malfoy's careless approach to Buckbeak revealed the consequences of failing to observe proper protocols when dealing with creatures whose dignity and autonomy must be respected. His assumption that magical creatures existed for human convenience and entertainment, resulting in injury that could have been avoided through appropriate preparation and attitude. The attack serving as harsh but necessary lesson about the importance of respecting the boundaries and requirements that other conscious beings establish for their own protection. The legal proceedings that followed Buckbeak's defensive attack on Malfoy illuminated the systemic prejudices within magical law that consistently favor human interests over creature rights. The predetermined outcome of his trial reflecting institutional biases that made genuine justice impossible when human pride and creature autonomy came into conflict. The case demonstrating how legal systems can be corrupted when they serve political interests rather than principles of fairness and appropriate responsibility. Sirius Black's escape aboard Buckbeak provided dramatic proof of hippogriff, loyalty, and courage when their cooperation has been earned through genuine respect and kindness. Their willingness to participate in dangerous rescue missions, demonstrating that properly established relationships with these creatures can create partnerships that exceed the reliability of purely human alliances. Their commitment extending beyond simple reciprocity into areas of genuine friendship and mutual support. The sanctuary that Buckbeak found with Sirius Black at Grimmauld Place demonstrated how hippogriffs can adapt to confined environments when their psychological needs for respect and appropriate treatment are met. Their ability to thrive in urban settings, proving that physical space matters less than emotional environment. Their contentment reflecting the importance of relationship quality over environmental luxury or conventional definitions of suitable habitat. The hippogriff's role during the Battle of Hogwarts revealed their capacity for making moral judgments about conflicts that extend beyond personal loyalty into areas of principled opposition to evil. Their attacks on Death Eaters, demonstrating understanding of right and wrong that operated independently of simple friend-enemy distinctions. Their participation in defense of the school, proving that their moral framework encompassed broader concepts of justice and protection of innocence. The flight capabilities that make hippogriffs valuable for transportation and reconnaissance extend far beyond simple speed and endurance into areas of navigational intelligence and environmental awareness that allow them to function effectively in conditions that would challenge even experienced human pilots. Their ability to read weather patterns, magical disturbances, and terrain features, making them ideal partners for missions requiring reliable transportation through dangerous or unpredictable environments. The social structure of wild hippogriff herds reflects complex hierarchies based on demonstrated capability and earned respect rather than simple physical dominance. Their communities providing models for organization that emphasize merit and contribution over inherited status or arbitrary authority. Their success as species demonstrating advantages of systems that recognize individual worth while maintaining collective cohesion and mutual support. The breeding habits of hippogriffs involve courtship rituals that emphasize display of flying skill and aerial grace. Their mate selection based on performance criteria that ensure offspring will inherit both physical capabilities and aesthetic sensibilities that make them effective partners and beautiful creatures. Their approach to reproduction demonstrating integration of practical and artistic considerations that human breeding programs rarely achieve. The conservation challenges facing hippogriff populations reflect broader pressures on all large magical creatures. Their requirements for extensive territories and undisturbed nesting areas, making them vulnerable to habitat encroachment, while their interactions with human populations create conflicts that often result in legal restrictions or relocation efforts that disrupt established social structures and breeding patterns. The magical properties of hippogriff feathers and other body parts have led to hunting pressures that threaten wild populations. Their value in potions and magical item construction, creating black market demand that encourages poaching despite legal protections. The enforcement challenges associated with protecting creatures that can defend themselves, making conservation efforts particularly complex and requiring specialized approaches that conventional wildlife management cannot provide. The training methods that allow hippogriffs to serve as mounts for qualified riders require approaches that emphasize partnership development rather than dominance establishment. Successful hippogriff riders learning to communicate through subtle cues and mutual understanding rather than attempting to control through force. Their relationships demonstrating possibilities for cooperation that transcend traditional master-servant dynamics to achieve genuine collaboration. In the realm of beings whose immense physical scale reflects the magnitude of their place in magical ecosystems and whose integration into human society presents challenges that test the limits of tolerance and adaptability on both sides. There exist creatures whose family relationships with prominent members of magical communities illuminate complex questions about identity, belonging, and the obligations that shared heritage creates across species boundaries that conventional social structures were never designed to accommodate. Grawp's story represents one of the most ambitious attempts at cross-species integration ever documented. His relationship with Hagrid demonstrating both the possibilities for genuine affection between beings of vastly different sizes and capabilities, and the practical difficulties that arise when individual needs conflict with social expectations and environmental limitations that cannot be overcome through good intentions alone. The giant heritage that Hagrid inherited from his mother created lifelong challenges in navigating magical society, his unusual size and strength marking him as different in ways that generated suspicion and fear, despite his gentle nature and unwavering loyalty to those who earned his friendship. His experience illustrating how physical characteristics that deviate from social norms can create barriers to acceptance that persist despite demonstrated character and valuable contributions to community welfare. The circumstances of Grawp's arrival at Hogwarts reflected Hagrid's compassionate nature, but also his tendency to prioritize emotional bonds over practical considerations. His decision to bring his half-brother to the Forbidden Forest, demonstrating both admirable family loyalty and questionable judgment about the compatibility between giant needs and the environmental and social constraints that define life within established magical communities. The initial violence and destructive behavior that Grawp displayed upon his arrival stemmed not from evil nature, but from confusion and distress at being removed from familiar environments and social structures, his aggression representing normal responses to captivity and cultural displacement, rather than inherent malevolence. His actions illustrating how even well-intentioned relocations can create trauma when insufficient attention is paid to psychological and social needs of those being relocated. The gradual process of Grawp's adaptation to forest life and his eventual acceptance of human presence demonstrated remarkable psychological flexibility and capacity for growth, his development from hostile captive to protective ally, proving that integration remains possible when appropriate patience and understanding are applied to relationships that conventional wisdom would consider impossible to establish or maintain. The role that Hermione Granger played in Grawp's socialization revealed the importance of consistent, respectful interaction in establishing trust with beings whose previous experiences have given them reasons to fear or distrust human intentions. Her careful approach and persistent kindness creating foundation for relationship that Hagrid's well-meaning but inconsistent attention could never have achieved alone. The protective instincts that Grawp eventually displayed toward Hagrid and his friends demonstrated that giant capacity for loyalty and affection operates according to principles similar to those found in human relationships, their emotional bonds transcending species boundaries when established through genuine care and mutual respect. His willingness to defend those he cared about proving that size and strength could serve protective rather than merely destructive purposes. The broader giant community's relationship with wizarding society reflects centuries of conflict and misunderstanding that have created mutual mistrust and hostility. Their recruitment by Voldemort during the Second War, demonstrating how marginalized populations can become vulnerable to manipulation by those who promise recognition and revenge against societies that have excluded and oppressed them. The giant colony that Hagrid and Madame Maxime visited during their diplomatic mission revealed social structures that combined primitive living conditions with sophisticated political organization, their communities maintaining cultural traditions and leadership hierarchies despite environmental pressures and external threats that would have destroyed less resilient societies. Their survival proving adaptability that exceeds what their primitive technology might suggest. The magical abilities that giants possess extend beyond simple physical strength into areas of natural magic that operates independently of wand-based casting systems. Their resistance to many spells and their capacity for environmental manipulation, suggesting magical capabilities that human magical education rarely acknowledges or studies, their powers representing alternative approaches to magical practice that could provide insights into fundamental magical principles. The dietary requirements and environmental needs of giants create logistical challenges that make their integration into human magical communities extremely difficult. their consumption patterns and territorial requirements exceeding what most magical settlements can accommodate, their presence inevitably creating resource competition and environmental pressure that generates conflict regardless of individual intentions or character qualities. The psychological trauma that affects giant communities as a result of centuries of persecution and marginalization has created cultural patterns that emphasize violence and aggression as primary survival strategies, their social development stunted by constant warfare and resource scarcity that prevents the kind of stable community development that allows for cultural refinement and peaceful conflict resolution. The potential for peaceful coexistence between giants and human magical communities depends upon recognition of fundamental rights and dignity that transcends species boundaries, requiring acknowledgement that size and strength do not disqualify beings from consideration as persons deserving respect and appropriate accommodation, rather than mere management, as dangerous animals that must be controlled or eliminated. In the category of creatures whose intelligence limitations create unique challenges for magical societies' attempts to classify and manage beings that possess dangerous capabilities without the judgment necessary to use those capabilities responsibly, there exist beings whose simple nature masks potential for tremendous destruction when their limited understanding fails to grasp the consequences of actions that their physical abilities make possible. Mountain trolls represent perhaps the most tragic example of how limited intelligence combined with immense physical power creates situations where genuine threats emerge from beings who lack the capacity for evil intent, their actions driven by confusion and fear rather than malevolence, making their management a complex ethical challenge that tests society's ability to balance public safety with compassion for creatures whose limitations make them as much victims as threats. The Halloween incident that brought a fully grown mountain troll into Hogwarts demonstrated both the immediate danger that these creatures can pose when they appear in inappropriate environments, and the courage that ordinary individuals can display when confronted with situations that require immediate action despite personal risk. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley's rescue of Hermione Granger, proving that heroism often emerges from moral choice rather than superior capability or careful preparation. The troll's behavior during the bathroom encounter revealed typical patterns of confusion and aggression that characterize these creatures when they find themselves in unfamiliar environments, their destructive actions stemming from inability to understand or navigate spaces designed for beings with different physical capabilities and environmental needs, their violence representing panic responses rather than deliberate attempts to cause harm. The knockout blow that finally subdued the troll required teamwork and creative problem-solving that demonstrated how intelligent cooperation could overcome superior physical strength. The successful conclusion of the encounter proving that troll limitations could be exploited by opponents who understood their behavioral patterns and psychological vulnerabilities. Though such victories required considerable courage and no small amount of luck, the use of trolls as guards by various magical institutions throughout history reflects attempts to harness their strength and resilience while working around their intellectual limitations. Their effectiveness in such roles, depending entirely upon proper training and environmental controls that channel their natural responses toward desired objectives, while preventing the kind of unpredictable behavior that makes them dangerous in unstructured situations. The employment of trolls by Voldemort's forces during the Battle of Hogwarts demonstrated how these creatures could be manipulated by those willing to exploit their simple nature and need for direction. Their participation in the conflict, showing how limited intelligence could be weaponized by evil, that understood how to provide simple commands and clear targets, while avoiding complex strategic considerations that might confuse or overwhelm their cognitive capabilities. The trolls' natural habitat preferences reflect environmental needs that put them into inevitable conflict with human magical communities. Their territorial requirements and foraging behaviors, creating situations where contact becomes unavoidable, despite mutual preferences for avoiding such encounters. Their presence in settled areas, typically indicating environmental pressures that have displaced them from traditional territories. The social structure of troll communities appears to be minimal, with loose family groups that provide basic protection and resource sharing without developing the complex hierarchies or cultural traditions that characterize more intelligent species. Their limited cooperation abilities, preventing the kind of collective action that might make them more effective competitors for territorial resources or more dangerous threats to other species. The magical resistance that trolls possess makes them particularly dangerous opponents for wizards who rely primarily on spell-based defenses. Their natural immunity to many forms of magical attack, requiring physical responses that most magical education does not adequately prepare wizards to employ. Their encounters serving as reminders that magical superiority has limitations when facing opponents whose nature makes conventional magical techniques ineffective. The breeding habits of trolls reflect their simple nature and limited social development, their reproductive success depending primarily on environmental factors rather than complex courtship or parenting behaviors. Their populations fluctuating according to resource availability and territorial pressures that operate independently of their conscious choices or cultural preferences. The conservation status of troll populations reflects broader challenges in protecting species whose dangerous nature makes them unpopular with human communities, while their environmental requirements put them into competition with magical settlements for territory and resources. Their protection requiring approaches that balance species preservation with legitimate public safety concerns. As our exploration of these guardians and giants draws toward its thoughtful conclusion, we find ourselves contemplating the complex relationships between power and responsibility, between capability and wisdom, between individual need and collective welfare that define the most challenging aspects of magical coexistence. These magnificent beings remind us that strength and size carry obligations that extend far beyond personal interests, that respect must be earned through conduct rather than demanded through superiority, and that genuine partnership requires recognition of dignity that transcends species boundaries and physical differences. The hippogriffs whose protocols teach proper respect offer their protection to our dreams, their aerial grace ensuring that rest unfolds according to principles that honor both individual autonomy and collective harmony, their presence in sleep, creating conditions where consciousness can soar beyond the limitations of earthbound existence while remaining grounded in relationships that provide meaning and purpose to all forms of flight. The giants whose family bonds transcend species barriers provide strength for dreams that require courage and persistence to achieve resolution, their protective instincts ensuring that sleeping minds receive the support necessary to work through challenges that seem overwhelming to individual effort, their presence transforming rest into opportunity for growth that draws upon collective resources rather than relying solely on personal capabilities. The trolls whose simple nature masks potential for both harm and protection serve as guardians against nightmares that might overwhelm through confusion rather than genuine terror, their limited understanding becoming asset that prevents overthinking and analysis that could complicate the simple process of peaceful rest, their presence ensuring that sleep remains accessible to consciousness, regardless of the day's accumulated complexities and intellectual burdens. In the gentle transition from waking responsibility to the shared strength of dreams, These guardians and giants become allies whose protection operates through principles of earned respect and genuine care, their presence ensuring that rest becomes opportunity for renewal rather than mere unconsciousness, growth rather than simple pause, journey into possibilities that individual effort alone could never achieve, but which become accessible through partnerships that honor the dignity and contributions of all participants, regardless of their size, species, or conformity to conventional expectations about acceptable forms of consciousness and community membership. In the deepest shadows where hope withers and joy becomes distant memory, where the very air grows cold with the presence of beings that exist to drain every spark of happiness from the world, there dwell creatures whose nature represents the antithesis of everything that makes existence bearable. Beings whose purpose seems to be the systematic elimination of love, warmth, and the fundamental connections that give meaning to conscious experience. These are the entities of darkness and despair, creatures whose presence transforms the most beautiful environments into wastelands of emotional emptiness, whose influence extends far beyond mere physical threat into realms of psychological and spiritual destruction that can persist long after their immediate presence has been removed. The creatures that populate this realm of accumulated darkness operate according to principles that seem designed to negate the very foundations upon which magical civilization rests, their existence challenging fundamental assumptions about the balance between light and shadow that most conscious beings rely upon to maintain their sanity and sense of purpose. These entities demonstrate that evil, in its purest form, does not merely oppose good but seeks to eliminate the possibility of goodness entirely, creating voids where positive emotion and constructive relationships cannot survive or develop. The psychological impact of encountering such creatures extends far beyond simple fear or revulsion into areas of existential horror that challenge the victim's basic understanding of reality's nature and purpose, their presence serving as proof that the universe contains forces dedicated to the systematic elimination of everything that consciousness values and seeks to preserve. The confrontation with such absolute negation of life's meaning creates trauma that conventional healing methods struggle to address, requiring approaches that rebuild fundamental trust in existence's essential goodness. Among all the creatures that embody the principle of despair made manifest, none represents more complete negation of human happiness and hope than the Dementors, whose very existence seems dedicated to proving that joy, love, and positive connection represent temporary illusions that must inevitably be consumed by forces that are eternal, implacable, and ultimately victorious over every attempt to create meaning or find purpose in conscious existence. The Dementors serve as living embodiments of depression in its most severe and dangerous forms, their presence creating psychological conditions that mirror the symptoms of mental illness, while their feeding activities literally drain away the emotional resources that healthy minds require to maintain stability and function. Their influence demonstrates how external forces can create internal states that become indistinguishable from psychological disorder, making their victims question whether their despair stems from legitimate response to genuine threat or from personal weakness and character failure. The physical manifestations that accompany Dementor presence reflect their fundamental nature as beings that exist to eliminate warmth and light from any environment they inhabit, their approach marked by temperature drops that penetrate beyond mere physical cold into realms of spiritual chill that no amount of external heating can counteract. The darkness that surrounds them represents more than mere absence of light, but active negation of illumination, shadows that seem to consume brightness rather than simply blocking its passage. The psychological effects that Dementors produce in their victims operate through mechanisms that bypass conscious resistance and rational understanding. their influence targeting the most fundamental levels of emotional processing where hope and despair are generated, making their attacks particularly insidious because they feel like natural responses to genuine revelation about the hopelessness of existence, rather than external manipulation by hostile forces. Harry Potter's particular vulnerability to Dementor influence stemmed from the intensity of traumatic memories that their presence forced him to relive, his exposure to his parents' murder, creating psychological wounds that these creatures could exploit with devastating effectiveness. His fainting responses during their presence reflected not personal weakness, but appropriate recognition of the magnitude of horror that their feeding revealed, his sensitivity serving as early warning system that protected him from complete psychological destruction. The Dementor's kiss represents perhaps the most terrifying fate that magical beings can inflict upon conscious creatures, the complete removal of the soul, leaving behind living bodies that continue biological functions while lacking every characteristic that makes existence meaningful or recognizable as human experience. The victims of this ultimate violation continue breathing and responding to basic stimuli while being utterly absent in every way that matters, their condition worse than death because it eliminates even the possibility of peaceful ending or reunion with loved ones in whatever existence might follow mortality. The breeding or reproductive methods of Dementors remain mysterious and disturbing, their numbers apparently increasing through processes that feed upon despair and hopelessness rather than conventional biological reproduction. Their populations growing in response to environmental conditions that favor depression and psychological breakdown. Their expansion during times of war and social upheaval suggests that they may represent manifestations of collective despair rather than independent creatures whose numbers fluctuate according to normal biological factors. The Ministry of Magic's employment of Dementors as Azkaban prison guards represented one of the most morally questionable decisions in the history of magical law enforcement. The use of creatures dedicated to eliminating hope and happiness as tools of justice, creating conditions where imprisonment became torture that exceeded any reasonable standard of proportionate punishment. The psychological damage inflicted upon prisoners exceeded what their crimes warranted, while the presence of such creatures corrupted the entire concept of rehabilitation and redemption. The escape of Dementors from Ministry control during Voldemort's return demonstrated the fundamental impossibility of maintaining alliance with beings whose nature makes them incapable of loyalty to anything except their feeding imperative, their abandonment of official duties in favor of opportunities to feed freely, proving that no authority could maintain reliable command over creatures whose essence opposed every principle upon which governmental legitimacy depends. The Patronus charm that serves as primary defense against Dementor attacks operates through principles that directly contradict their fundamental nature, the spell creating manifestations of joy and positive connection that can drive away creatures dedicated to eliminating such emotions from existence. The difficulty of producing effective Patronuses reflects not just the technical complexity of the magic, but the psychological challenge of accessing genuine happiness while being actively drained of the capacity for such feelings. The long-term effects of Dementor exposure include persistent depression, inability to experience pleasure, and fundamental alterations in personality that can last months or years after the actual encounter, their influence creating psychological conditions that require extensive therapeutic intervention to address, while leaving victims vulnerable to recurring episodes of despair that may not respond to conventional, magical, or mundane healing. Methods. The philosophical questions raised by Dementor existence challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness and the purpose of existence, their presence suggesting that the universe may contain forces dedicated to proving that life has no inherent meaning, and that all attempts to create purpose or find joy represent delusions that must eventually be stripped away to reveal the emptiness that underlies all experience. The social impact of Dementor presence extends beyond individual victims to encompass entire communities that experience collective depression and social breakdown when these creatures inhabit nearby areas, their influence spreading through psychological contagion that makes entire populations vulnerable to despair and hopelessness that can persist long after the creatures themselves have moved elsewhere. In the category of beings whose artificial nature reflects the depths to which dark magic can corrupt the natural order, transforming death from peaceful ending into enslaved continuation of existence that serves purposes antithetical to everything that mortality should represent, there exist creatures whose very existence violates fundamental laws governing life and death, while demonstrating the extent to which sufficiently powerful and morally corrupt magic can create abominations that should never have been allowed to exist. The Inferius represents perhaps the most disturbing application of necromantic magic, the reanimation of human corpses to serve as mindless guardians whose presence transforms familiar human forms into objects of horror that retain enough resemblance to living persons to create profound psychological distress in those who encounter them. These creatures demonstrate how death can be corrupted from natural transition into unnatural servitude that benefits only those willing to violate the most sacred boundaries between life and death. The magical processes that create Inferi require not just technical knowledge of necromantic principles, but willingness to commit acts of desecration that violate every moral principle that civilized society holds sacred. The creation of such beings representing ultimate contempt for human dignity and the sanctity of death that makes their existence proof of their creator's complete abandonment of ethical constraint and moral consideration. The cave where Voldemort stored a Horcrux under Inferius protection demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how to use these creatures as guardians, their placement in aquatic environment, providing both concealment and tactical advantages, while their numbers ensured that even powerful wizards would face overwhelming opposition if they attempted to breach the defenses through conventional magical assault rather than finding alternative approaches. The behavior patterns exhibited by Inferi reflect their artificial nature and the magical compulsions that govern their actions. Their response is limited to programmed instructions that make them predictable in some ways, while their mindless dedication to their assigned tasks makes them implacable opponents who cannot be reasoned with, bribed, or convinced to abandon their duties regardless of changing circumstances or moral appeals. The psychological impact of encountering reanimated corpses extends far beyond simple revulsion into areas of existential horror that challenge fundamental beliefs about death and the dignity of human remains. The sight of familiar human forms acting without consciousness or will forcing confrontation with possibilities about post-mortem existence that most people prefer never to contemplate or acknowledge. The fire vulnerability that Inferi display provides clues about the magical principles underlying their animation, their weakness to flames, suggesting that the necromantic magic sustaining them operates through principles that conflict with the purifying nature of fire, their destruction through burning representing restoration of natural order rather than simple elimination of enemy forces. Dumbledore's use of fiendfire to drive away the Inferius attackers demonstrated both the effectiveness of elemental magic against necromantic creations and the dangerous nature of the spells required to combat such beings. The cursed fire representing magical forces so destructive that their use required extraordinary skill and judgment to prevent collateral damage that might exceed the threat being addressed. The ethical implications of creating inferi extend beyond simple violation of natural law into areas of fundamental disrespect for human dignity and autonomy. The use of human corpses as unwilling servants representing denial of basic rights that should persist even after death, making such practices morally equivalent to slavery, applied to beings who cannot consent to or escape from their servitude. The detection methods available for identifying inferior's presence rely primarily on magical signatures associated with necromantic animation. Their artificial nature, creating distinctive emanations that experienced practitioners can recognize, though their ability to remain motionless for extended periods makes discovery dependent upon active, magical scanning rather than behavioral observation. The disposal of destroyed inferi requires specialized procedures to ensure that necromantic contamination does not spread to surrounding areas or affect individuals involved in cleanup operations, their artificial nature making normal burial inappropriate, while their magical contamination requires cleansing rituals that prevent residual effects from influencing local magical environments. In the broader category of creatures whose existence serves primarily to spread fear and despair throughout magical communities, there exist beings whose nature embodies specific forms of terror that target particular vulnerabilities in human psychology. Their specialized approaches to causing suffering, demonstrating the variety of ways that darkness can manifest itself in forms designed to exploit different aspects of consciousness and social organization. The lethofold represents one of the most insidious threats in the catalogue of dark creatures. Its resemblance to innocent black cloak, allowing it to approach victims without triggering normal danger responses, while its method of suffocation through magical smothering creates death that appears natural to casual observation. These creatures demonstrate how darkness can disguise itself as harmless or familiar objects while pursuing deadly purposes that only become apparent when escape has become impossible. The redcaps that inhabit areas where violence has occurred feed upon the psychic residue of bloodshed and conflict, their presence serving as indicators of locations where terrible events have left magical scarring that attracts creatures drawn to pain and suffering. Their need for regular blood to survive makes them actively dangerous to any living beings that enter their territories, while their intelligence allows them to set traps and ambushes that make them more effective predators than their small size might suggest. The hinky-punks that lead travelers astray in marshes and swamplands represent more subtle forms of malevolent magic, their false lights, drawing victims into dangerous terrain where they can feed upon the life force of those who become lost and desperate. Their method of operation requires understanding of human psychology and navigation habits, demonstrating intelligence that serves purely predatory purposes while masquerading as helpful guidance. The grindylows that inhabit darker waterways demonstrate how familiar creature types can develop increasingly malevolent characteristics when they adapt to environments saturated with dark magic. Their enhanced aggression and improved hunting techniques, making them far more dangerous than their relatives who live in neutral or positive magical environments. The banshees, whose wails herald death, represent creatures whose existence serves to amplify the psychological impact of mortality, their presence transforming natural grief into supernatural terror, while their predictions create anxiety and despair that can become self-fulfilling prophecies when their influence undermines the will to live among those who hear their cries. The conservation status of dark creatures presents unique challenges for magical naturalists who must balance species preservation with public safety concerns, their protection requiring approaches that acknowledge their role in magical ecosystems while preventing them from causing unnecessary harm to innocent populations, their management often requiring specialized expertise and considerable personal risk. The study of dark creatures provides insights into the nature of evil and the ways that negative magical forces can influence biological development and behavioral evolution, their existence serving as natural laboratories for understanding how magical corruption operates, while their presence creates opportunities for testing defensive techniques and therapeutic approaches to magical contamination. The training programs that prepare magical law enforcement to deal with dark creatures must address both technical knowledge and psychological preparation, the encounters with such beings requiring emotional resilience and moral clarity that conventional education cannot provide, the specialized skills needed making such work suitable only for individuals whose character and capabilities have been thoroughly tested and proven reliable. As our exploration of these entities of darkness and despair draws toward its cautious conclusion, we find ourselves grateful for the protection that knowledge provides against forces that thrive upon ignorance and fear, understanding that awareness of such creatures' existence and methods serves as a shield against their influence, while preparation and vigilance provide the tools necessary to resist their attempts to drain joy and hope from existence. The Dementors whose presence eliminates happiness become guardians of a different sort in our dreams, their recognition of our resistance and preparation, transforming them from threats into reminders of the preciousness of joy and the importance of protecting those moments of connection and meaning that make existence worthwhile, their presence in sleep serving to strengthen rather than weaken our appreciation for light and warmth and love. The Inferi, whose artificial existence violates natural law, become teachers in the realm of dreams, their unnatural state helping sleeping consciousness understand the boundaries between life and death that should not be crossed, while their destruction demonstrates that even the most powerful dark magic cannot permanently overcome the natural forces that restore balance and proper order to magical existence. The various dark creatures whose specialized terrors target different aspects of fear and despair become allies in dreams by revealing their methods and limitations, their presence allowing sleeping minds to practice resistance techniques and develop psychological resources that will serve as protection in waking encounters, their transformation from enemies into training partners, demonstrating how knowledge and preparation can convert even the most threatening situations into opportunities for growth and strengthening. In the gentle transition from waking awareness of darkness to sleep that acknowledges shadow while choosing light, these creatures of despair become unexpected guardians of hope, their presence serving to remind dreaming consciousness of the courage and connection that make resistance possible, their existence proving that even in the deepest darkness, the capacity for joy and love persists among those who choose to nurture and protect these precious aspects of existence, rather than surrendering them to forces that would eliminate them from the world. In the liminal spaces between life and death, where consciousness chooses to linger rather than departing for whatever mysteries await beyond the veil of mortality, there dwell beings whose existence challenges fundamental assumptions about the nature of death and the finality that most living creatures associate with their inevitable transition from corporeal existence to whatever form awaits beyond the boundaries of physical experience. These are the gentle spirits and guardians whose presence in the world of the living serves not to frighten or threaten, but to comfort, guide, and protect those who continue their earthly journey, while honoring the memories and wisdom of those who have chosen different forms of existence. The beings that populate this realm of chosen continuation demonstrate that death represents not ending, but transformation, not absence, but presence expressed through different means, not separation, but connection maintained across boundaries that appear absolute to those who have never experienced crossing them. Their existence proves that love, duty, and dedication can transcend mortality itself when the bonds that create them possess strength sufficient to overcome even the ultimate transition that awaits all conscious beings. These spirits and guardians offer perspectives on existence that encompass both mortal experience and post-mortal awareness, their wisdom drawing from understanding that extends beyond the limitations of single lifetime perspective. While their continued presence provides bridges between past and present, memory and reality, the finite concerns of daily life, and the infinite questions that shape all conscious existence at its deepest levels. Among all the spirits that choose to remain connected to the world of the living rather than departing for destinations unknown, none embody more completely the principle of voluntary service beyond death than the ghosts whose decision to linger in familiar places reflects not inability to move forward, but deliberate choice to continue serving communities and institutions that provided meaning and purpose during their corporeal existence, their continued presence representing dedication that transcends even mortality itself. The ghosts of Hogwarts School represent perhaps the most comprehensive example of post-mortal community service, their collective decision to remain within the castle walls, creating a support network that spans centuries and provides continuity that no living administration could achieve. Their presence offers students connection to the institution's deepest history, while their accumulated wisdom provides guidance that draws upon experiences extending far beyond any individual lifetime or administrative tenure. Nearly Headless Nick embodies the complex psychology of beings who exist between states of being, his incomplete execution, leaving him trapped between life and death in ways that make his existence uniquely challenging, while providing him with perspectives that neither fully living nor completely departed spirits can offer. His leadership of the ghost community demonstrates how post-mortal existence can involve responsibilities and relationships that require the same dedication and skill that characterized his living years. The difficulties that Nick experienced during his Death Day party revealed the social challenges that ghosts face in maintaining connections with both living and departed communities, their liminal existence creating isolation that requires conscious effort to overcome through activities that honor their unique nature, while acknowledging the limitations that their choice to remain has imposed upon their continued development and social interaction. The Fat Friar's cheerful disposition and welcoming attitude towards students demonstrates how personality characteristics persist beyond death and can continue to serve positive purposes in post-mortal existence. His approach to ghosthood, showing that death need not eliminate the qualities that made individuals valuable community members during their living years, his presence providing comfort and encouragement to students who benefit from his persistent optimism and kindness. The Grey Lady's more reserved and melancholy demeanor reflects different approaches to processing the experience of choosing continued existence over departure to unknown destinations, her sadness serving as reminder that ghosthood involves sacrifices and limitations that some spirits find more challenging to accept than others, her presence demonstrating that post-mortal existence encompasses the full range of emotional experience rather than eliminating psychological complexity. The Bloody Baron's violent history and continuing anguish illustrate how unresolved guilt and regret can anchor spirits to earthly existence in ways that cause ongoing psychological suffering, his haunting serving purposes of penance rather than service, while his presence reminds living observers that some choices create consequences that persist beyond death and require forms of resolution that mortality alone cannot provide. The interactions between house ghosts and living community members reveal the complex dynamics that develop when beings of different existential states attempt to maintain relationships and share environments. their successful coexistence demonstrating that mutual respect and understanding can bridge even the gap between life and death when both parties approach such relationships with appropriate sensitivity and consideration for each other's unique needs and limitations. The magical nature of ghostly existence operates according to principles that differ fundamentally from those governing living magical creatures, their abilities limited to manifestation and minor environmental effects, while their immunity to physical harm comes at the cost of inability to affect material world in meaningful ways, their existence representing form of consciousness that can observe and advise, but cannot directly intervene in physical events. The process by which wizards become ghosts remains imperfectly understood, but appears to require both strong emotional attachment to earthly existence and conscious choice to resist whatever transition normally accompanies death, the decision representing fundamental rejection of natural progression in favor of continued involvement in familiar environments and relationships, their choice creating existence that is neither fully living nor completely departed. The longevity of ghostly existence raises questions about whether such states represent permanent alternatives to normal death or temporary delays that must eventually be resolved through acceptance of final departure. Their persistence across centuries, suggesting that some spirits find sufficient purpose and satisfaction in post-mortal service to maintain their chosen existence indefinitely, their commitment representing ultimate form of institutional loyalty. The educational value that ghosts provide extends beyond simple historical knowledge into areas of philosophical insight about the nature of consciousness, mortality, and the choices that define individual identity across different states of existence. Their presence offering students opportunities to contemplate questions about death and meaning that academic curriculum typically avoids or addresses only in theoretical terms. The conservation of ghost populations presents unique challenges that differ from those affecting living magical creatures, their continued existence depending upon environmental and social factors that support their ability to maintain connection to physical locations, while finding sufficient purpose to justify their choice to resist natural transition, their preservation requiring understanding of both magical and psychological principles that govern post-mortal consciousness. The relationship between ghosts and other magical creatures reveals complex hierarchies and interaction patterns that reflect different approaches to consciousness and existence, their ability to communicate with living beings while remaining invisible to some magical detection methods, creating unique roles within magical ecosystems that extend beyond simple historical preservation into active participation in ongoing community life. In the category of beings, whose existence represents the intersection between magical consciousness and inanimate objects, where personality and awareness develop within artificial constructs that achieve characteristics of living entities while remaining fundamentally different from creatures born through natural processes, there exist forms of consciousness that challenge every assumption about the relationship between mind and matter, intelligence and physical form, individual identity and collective purpose. The magical portraits that populate wizarding institutions and private homes represent one of the most sophisticated achievements in the preservation and continuation of human consciousness beyond death, their creation requiring magical techniques that capture not just appearance, but essential personality, characteristics, and accumulated knowledge that allow them to function as autonomous beings capable of growth, learning, and meaningful interaction with living observers. Albus Dumbledore's portrait demonstrates the remarkable sophistication that portrait consciousness can achieve when created through advanced magical techniques and inhabited by exceptionally developed personality patterns, his continued ability to provide guidance and insight, proving that portrait existence can preserve not just memory, but active intelligence, capable of processing new information and responding to changing circumstances with wisdom that draws upon but extends beyond recorded experiences. The Fat Lady's role as guardian of Gryffindor Tower illustrates how portrait consciousness can serve functional purposes that require genuine intelligence and decision-making capability. Her ability to recognize students and evaluate their authority to enter demonstrates awareness that exceeds simple programming, while her social interactions with students and other portraits prove that her consciousness encompasses genuine personality development rather than mere mechanical responses. The portrait of Violet, whose presence in the Hogwarts corridors provides historical continuity, demonstrates how portrait consciousness can serve educational and cultural preservation functions. Their ability to share first-hand accounts of historical events, providing resources that no written record or academic study could duplicate. Their perspectives offering insights into past events that contemporary observers might have missed or misunderstood. The magical theory underlying portrait creation remains one of the most complex and poorly understood areas of magical practice. The process apparently requiring not just technical skill, but intimate knowledge of the subject's personality and mental patterns that allows artificial consciousness to develop characteristics that match the original person closely, enough to maintain continuity of identity across the place. Transition from living mind to magical construction. The limitations that govern portrait consciousness include inability to leave their designated frames for extended periods and restriction to knowledge and personality patterns that existed at the time of their creation. Their development, representing snapshot of consciousness rather than continued growth that would occur in living individuals, though their capacity for new learning and relationship formation suggests that these limitations may be less absolute than generally understood. The relationship between portrait consciousness and the original person raises philosophical questions about identity and continuity that magical theory has never adequately addressed. The extent to which portrait personalities represent genuine continuation of original consciousness versus sophisticated magical simulations, remaining unclear despite centuries of observation and interaction with such artificial beings. The social dynamics that develop among portrait communities demonstrate capacity for genuine relationships and collective activities that suggest consciousness extending beyond individual artificial minds into group phenomena that may represent emergent properties of multiple portrait personalities, interacting within shared magical environments, their societies achieving complexity that rivals those of living communities. The maintenance requirements for portrait consciousness include regular magical energy inputs and environmental protections that prevent deterioration of both physical frames and magical patterns that sustain artificial awareness, their preservation requiring specialized knowledge and consistent attention that makes portrait care one of the most demanding areas of magical artifact maintenance. The ethical considerations surrounding portrait creation include questions about consent and the appropriateness of creating artificial consciousness that may experience forms of suffering or limitation that the original person never agreed to accept. The practice raising concerns about individual autonomy and the rights of artificial beings that magical law has never adequately addressed through comprehensive ethical frameworks. In the most humble category of magical beings whose presence in wizarding households represents benign coexistence that requires minimal interaction while providing environmental services that benefit both magical families and the creatures themselves, there exist entities whose simple nature and harmless activities demonstrate that not all magical consciousness need be complex or challenging to create positive relationships that serve mutual interests without requiring extensive management, or control. Ghouls represent perhaps the most successful example of magical creatures that have adapted to domestic environments without losing their essential nature or creating significant problems for human inhabitants. Their presence in attics and basements providing pest control services, while their simple needs and non-aggressive nature make them ideal household companions for families willing to accept minor inconveniences in exchange for natural, magical creature assistance. The Weasley family ghoul demonstrates how these creatures can become integrated into household routines and family traditions over extended periods. Their acceptance as permanent residents, reflecting successful adaptation that benefits both creature and human inhabitants, while requiring minimal special accommodation or management, their presence serving practical functions, while adding character and magical authenticity to domestic environments. The ghoul's role in protecting Ron Weasley's cover story during the Horcrux hunt revealed unexpected intelligence and adaptability that exceeded what most observers would have expected from creatures typically dismissed as simple household pests. The successful impersonation requiring understanding of human appearance and behavior that suggested capabilities extending beyond basic survival instincts into areas of genuine problem-solving and cooperative planning. The care requirements for domestic ghouls include providing appropriate living spaces that offer privacy and security, while allowing access to areas where their pest control services can be most beneficial, their management requiring understanding of their territorial needs and social preferences that allow them to maintain their essential nature while adapting to household routines and family activities. The distinction between ghouls and ghosts reflects fundamental differences in origin and nature that make their similar names somewhat misleading. Ghouls representing living creatures that have adapted to domestic environments rather than post-mortal consciousness, choosing continued earthly existence. Their biological nature requiring different approaches to coexistence and relationship development than would be appropriate for ghostly inhabitants. The magical properties possessed by ghouls appear to be limited, but sufficient for their ecological niche. Their abilities focusing on environmental adaptation and pest control, rather than complex magical manipulation. Their simple magic serving practical purposes that align with their role as beneficial household inhabitants, rather than creatures requiring extensive magical management or specialized handling techniques. The breeding and life cycle of ghouls remains largely unstudied due to their secretive nature and the privacy they require for reproductive activities. What little is known suggesting family structures that prioritize long-term territorial stability over expansion. Their reproductive success depending upon finding suitable domestic environments that provide security and resources necessary for raising offspring. The legal status of ghouls in magical lore reflects their classification as beneficial creatures whose presence requires no special permits or control measures. Their harmless nature and useful activities, making them welcome inhabitants of magical households, despite their unusual appearance and nocturnal habits that might disturb families unaccustomed to sharing their homes with magical creatures. The cultural significance of ghouls in wizarding society extends beyond their practical benefits into areas of tradition and domestic authenticity, their presence serving as indicators of established magical households that have maintained traditional relationships with magical creatures, their acceptance demonstrating family commitment to magical lifestyle that includes coexistence with non-human magical consciousness rather than seeking purely human environments. The educational value that ghouls provide for magical children includes lessons about coexistence, responsibility, and the diversity of magical consciousness that exists within domestic environments. their presence teaching young wizards that magic encompasses gentle and harmless forms alongside the more dramatic and dangerous manifestations that receive greater attention in formal magical education and popular culture. The conservation implications of domestic ghoul populations depend upon continued acceptance by wizarding families and maintenance of traditional magical households that provide appropriate habitats. Their survival linked to cultural traditions that value magical creature coexistence over purely human domestic environments. Their protection requiring preservation of magical lifestyle choices rather than formal conservation programs. As our exploration of these gentle spirits and guardians draws toward its peaceful conclusion, we find ourselves surrounded by the comforting presence of beings whose existence demonstrates that consciousness can take forms dedicated entirely to service, protection, and benevolent companionship. Their diverse manifestations, proving that intelligence and awareness can emerge in ways that serve purposes of comfort and guidance, rather than challenge or threat. The ghosts whose post-mortal dedication continues their earthly service become guardians of our dreams, their accumulated wisdom flowing through sleep to provide guidance that draws upon centuries of experience, while their protective presence ensures that rest unfolds within environments sanctified by generations of devoted service, their continued existence proving that love and duty can transcend even mortality itself when dedication runs deep enough to choose service over departure. The portraits whose magical consciousness preserves personality and knowledge become teachers in the realm of dreams. Their ability to maintain identity across the boundary between life and artificial existence, demonstrating that consciousness can adapt to new forms while preserving essential characteristics, their presence in sleep ensuring that wisdom persists and continues to serve educational purposes, even when original sources have been transformed beyond recognition. The humble ghouls whose simple presence provides practical benefits without demanding attention or recognition become symbols of peaceful coexistence in dreams where all forms of consciousness find appropriate places and purposes. Their contentment with modest roles and simple satisfaction demonstrating that fulfillment comes from service rather than prominence, from contribution rather than recognition, from harmony rather than dominance. In the gentle transition from waking complexity to the simple peace of sleep, these spirits and guardians offer their protection through example and presence, their diverse approaches to existence providing models for how consciousness can serve purposes larger than individual survival or advancement, their dedication ensuring that rest becomes opportunity for connecting with traditions and wisdom that span far beyond single lifetimes, while remaining grounded in practical care and benevolent service. In the quiet moments when the last echoes of our magical journey fade into the gentle silence that precedes peaceful sleep, we find ourselves surrounded by the invisible presence of countless beings whose stories have woven themselves into the tapestry of dreams that now awaits our weary consciousness. The creatures whose tales we have shared tonight exist not merely as figments of imagination, but as guardians of the profound truths that magic represents in its purest form. The understanding that consciousness takes infinite shapes, that intelligence flows through forms beyond human comprehension, and that the boundaries between species, between life and death, between the familiar and the extraordinary, remain far more permeable than our waking minds dare acknowledge. Each being we have encountered on this journey through the magical realm carries within their essence lessons that extend far beyond their individual stories, into realms of wisdom that speak to the deepest questions about existence, purpose, and the mysterious forces that connect all conscious beings across the vast spectrum of awareness that encompasses everything from the humblest house elf to the most magnificent phoenix. Their presence in our collective memory serves as reminder that the world contains wonders that exceed our capacity to fully understand, while remaining accessible to hearts that approach them with appropriate reverence and openness. The phoenix, whose song echoes through our consciousness as we drift towards sleep, carries the eternal promise that every ending contains within itself the seeds of new beginning, that destruction and creation represent not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of existence's greater pattern. Their cyclical rebirth demonstrates that what appears to be loss often conceals transformation so profound that it creates possibilities that could never have emerged from continuity alone. Their flames serving as bridges between what was and what can be. When consciousness possesses courage sufficient to embrace change rather than merely enduring it, the unicorns whose silver presence sanctifies the deepest forests of imagination offer their blessing to dreams that honor purity, not as naive innocence, but as strength that refuses to be corrupted despite exposure to darkness that would les esprits. Their horns' healing power flows through sleeping minds like streams of liquid starlight, washing away the accumulated toxins of daily existence, while restoring faith in goodness that persists despite evidence that might suggest otherwise. Their magic proving that some forms of power grow stronger rather than weaker when exercised in service of others. The merpeople whose alien wisdom emerges from depths that surface dwellers can barely imagine provide perspective that transforms the familiar boundaries of existence into doorways leading toward understanding that encompasses realms far vaster than terrestrial consciousness. Typically acknowledges their civilization beneath the waves, demonstrates that intelligence and culture can flourish in environments that seem impossibly foreign, while developing insights that complement and complete knowledge that land-based awareness could never achieve independently. Their presence reminding us that wisdom often emerges from willingness to explore the uncomfortable spaces between what we know and what we fear. The house elves whose powerful magic serves others with devotion that transcends mere obligation become teachers whose lessons about service reveal how true strength often disguises itself as weakness, how genuine power expresses itself through enabling others rather than dominating them, how the deepest magic flows from love freely given rather than loyalty compelled through force or manipulation. Their transformation from servitude to partnership demonstrates that consciousness can evolve beyond the limitations that tradition attempts to impose when environment provides appropriate support for growth that honors both individual dignity and collective welfare. The centaurs whose astronomical wisdom connects earthly events to cosmic patterns offer their star-guided protection to dreams that seek understanding of how individual choices participate in patterns far larger than personal existence, their knowledge ensuring that sleep becomes opportunity for aligning personal purpose with universal principles that provide meaning, extending beyond immediate circumstances. Their arrows of insight pierce through illusions that separate temporal concerns from eternal truths, their presence proving that wisdom requires integration of intellectual knowledge with intuitive understanding of one's place within existence's greater design. The creatures of transformation whose fluid identities challenge fixed assumptions about the nature of consciousness provide guidance for dreams that require flexibility and adaptation, their shape-changing abilities demonstrating that personal identity can encompass multiple forms and expressions without losing essential coherence or moral clarity. Their presence ensures that rest becomes opportunity for growth rather than mere stagnation, change rather than simple repetition, exploration of possibilities that waking consciousness might consider too dangerous or impossible to attempt. The dragons whose ancient power guards treasures both material and spiritual offer protection to dreams that contain valuable insights, requiring defense against forces that would diminish or corrupt their significance, their fierce guardianship, ensuring that sleep becomes sanctuary, where precious revelations can develop without interference from practical concerns or social expectations that might limit their full flowering. Their fire burns away illusions, while their strength provides security necessary for vulnerability that allows genuine transformation to occur. The guardians and giants whose protocols teach respect demonstrate how genuine partnership requires recognition of dignity that transcends species, boundaries, and physical differences. Their presence in dreams ensuring that rest unfolds according to principles that honor both individual autonomy and collective harmony. Their strength serves wisdom rather than domination, their power protecting rather than oppressing, their example proving that true leadership emerges from service rather than assertion of superiority over those whose capabilities or perspectives differ from established norms. Even the creatures of darkness and despair serve essential functions in the realm of dreams by providing contrast that makes light visible, challenges that make courage meaningful, obstacles that make growth possible through the effort required to overcome them. Their presence transforms potential nightmares into opportunities for practicing resistance techniques and developing psychological resources that will serve protective functions in waking encounters with genuine threats. Their existence proving that understanding of evil serves good when knowledge becomes wisdom rather than contamination. The gentle spirits and guardians whose post-mortal service demonstrates dedication that transcends mortality itself become companions whose accumulated wisdom spans centuries, while their protective presence ensures that rest unfolds within environments blessed by generations of devoted care. Their continued existence proves that love and duty can create forms of consciousness that persist beyond biological limitations when commitment runs deep enough to transform ending into new beginning, service into eternal purpose. As consciousness settles into the peaceful rhythms that precede deep sleep, all these magnificent beings gather around your resting place like stars assembling in constellation patterns that tell stories older than recorded history. Their combined presence creating a field of protection that encompasses every form of magical consciousness, while honoring the unique contributions that each being brings to the eternal community of awareness that spans dimensions, species, and states of existence that encompass everything from material reality to realms that exist beyond physical manifestation. The house elves ensure that your sleeping environment remains perfectly adjusted to your needs, while the Phoenix song provides soundtrack that carries you gently across the boundary between waking consciousness and healing rest. The unicorn's blessing flows through your dreams like cooling streams that wash away stress and worry, while the dragon's protective fire burns away negative influences that might otherwise disturb your peace. The centaur's stellar wisdom guides your unconscious mind toward insights that will serve beneficial purposes when consciousness returns, while the shapeshifters provide flexibility that allows dreams to adapt to whatever healing or understanding your spirit most requires. The guardians maintain watch over your vulnerable sleeping form, while the gentle spirits share their accumulated knowledge through dream channels that make wisdom available without overwhelming conscious processes that require rest rather than stimulation. Even the creatures of darkness serve protective functions by transforming potential threats into manageable challenges that strengthen rather than weaken psychological resources. Their presence, ensuring that nothing genuinely harmful can penetrate defenses maintained by beings whose combined power exceeds any force that might seek to cause distress or disruption. And so, dear dreamer, our enchanted journey through the magical realm draws to its gentle close, the countless creatures we have encountered settling into their eternal watch over your peaceful slumber. From the phoenix whose rebirth flames promise that every ending births new beginnings, to the humble house elves whose devoted service transforms simple tasks into acts of love. Each being we have met tonight becomes a guardian of your dreams, their combined presence weaving protection around your rest that no darkness can penetrate. The unicorns bless your sleep with silver light that heals old wounds, while the dragons guard the treasures of wisdom you have gathered on this journey. The centaurs align your dreams with cosmic harmony, as the merpeople's depths offer cleansing renewal. Even the creatures of shadow serve by showing how courage grows strong through gentle resistance, their presence transformed into teachers rather than threats. Let the phoenix song carry you now into the deepest peace, where shapeshifters dance through dreams of infinite possibility, and gentle spirits whisper ancient lullabies that have soothed countless souls across the centuries. Rest in the knowledge that magic surrounds you always, that consciousness takes beautiful forms beyond imagination, and that somewhere in the enchanted forests of sleep, every creature you have met tonight continues their eternal dance of wonder and protection, ensuring your dreams remain forever touched by magic's most profound gift: the understanding that you are never alone in a universe filled with beings whose existence proves that love, in all its countless forms, remains the greatest magic of all.